we go. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. Happy Sunday, June 25th of 2023. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Welcome on board. And glad to have everyone here so far. Lots of people moving in. That's cool and awesome. Sue says, "Hi Doc, I hear you." And thank you. And Mike is on. Thank you for the good stuff. You're welcome there, Dennis. No worries. All right. Thank you everyone for the welcomes here. And glad to be here today doing our thing. Not a heck of a lot of activity going on, but hey, it is what it is. And I forgot to write down who was first. Let me go see. Hang on. I see who was first. And we'll, never mind. And we'll do it this way around. All right. Gonna work on handing out the cookies and bones. That might be a hint, eh? Oh, always got to do what we got to do. Keep the puppies happy. And first dog in today was Pepper, and Tom was there as well. But I'm giving Pepper the bone and the ham, and they can fight over the cookies. Congratulations, Tom and Pepper, for being number one in today. That is awesome. Always glad that somebody is getting them. And let's see. Where can we start? See, you see two earthquakes, a 4.5 and a 4.8 above Russia. Let me look. I don't see any on this map. Oh, way up there. Oh, I see them now. Sneaky little devils. They're hiding on us. And it's not letting us... hang on, maybe if I zoom in, that might work. Oh. That shows one of them up there. No, it doesn't want to show either one of them up there. I see where they are though, Sharon, or Sue, I mean. And yeah, that's almost like at the North Pole. Santa Claus is doing something up there. Santa Claus is building a new island. Oh, we'll get, pardon me, we'll get into that in a little bit. What do we got happening that's nasty today? Well, I don't know. We do have another fairly large quake, 6.0. in what they call South Atunga, which is actually that area on the Kermadec Ridge. I was checking earlier to see if there was any more new SO2 coming, but didn't see anything so far. But who knows? But that's a sizable quake, 6.0. So, and yes, those two way up north there, Sue. I'm gonna go and redo the other map here. I want to see if I can spot them and see what is going on the other map. And we'll move along. Okay, there they are. I see them. There's a 4.8 according to what is on the EMSC map, and that happened at 10:46. And the other one is, well, the other one's not telling me. Oh, there's actually three quakes up there. A 4.4 from yesterday at 20:56, a 4.5 from today at 10:53, and a 4.8 from 10:46. So those are way up north and close. Well, I don't know how close to the North Pole they are, but they're way up there, so something going on. Interesting. And of course that is all part of that mid-Atlantic ridge that folds around over to the other side and goes all the way over to Russia and through Russia, and of course is kind of part of our wonderful whole system there of, well, the plates, plate tectonics, of course. So pretty cool, and that's where that guy is. So awesome. What do we have? We have so low thumbs. I have no idea. Well, there's not that many people. We got maybe refresh there, Dennis. You might be able to see a few more, because I'm seeing 23 people in the stream and 25 likes. So obviously somebody came in and bopped it and took off. And that's okay. They'll be back, I'm sure. Anyway, let's get at saying hello to everyone. Since, you know, activity, it really isn't anything too super, too fantastic. But we do have I think, well, we want to talk more about that Ubanas. It's still doing its thing. And let's see, I'm just trying to think of what else we got going on. There was another volcano, and I forgot to write down where it was that just recently popped. And I kind of missed out, so I got to find out what that information was. Maybe we'll have that for tomorrow night's stream. We'll see what we can do for you. Anyway, let's get at saying hello to everyone, and we'll start with first saying hello to our wonderful moderators. And of course, we have Arizona Snowman, and we have our wonderful Piggy. And Piggy will be sitting in her lurker's lounge in the sty there, kind of just watching today. So she'll be okay that way. Hopefully she will figure out what's going on tomorrow with all her medical issues there, and hope to get a plan into place anyway. And we also have CND Boy, who shows up once in a while. He might be chopping wood or doing dishes, you never know. And Gary 24/7 Live AZ Skies is also here. Welcome, Gary, who's got an incredible warm temperature, 40 Celsius or 104 Fahrenheit there. And of course, the day is still early. It's going to get warm. Oh, and let's see. Yeah, who else we got? Okay, we got Gary. Then we should have Joseph Fields, Texas, as well as Lucas Snow, and possibly Mona Lisa Smiles. Oh, welcome to all the moderators anyway. Thank you, and appreciate you guys being here, even if you are in the background or something like that, and all good. And of course, Piggy, we hope that, you know, tomorrow they'll finally get some resolution as to at least get a plan into place, something to look forward to. And let's see, hi to everyone. We'll start out by saying hi to Dennis and Brian, Perfectibility 999, and Hermione and Fluffy in Kananaskis country, and our wonderful King Colin Deadman, as well as Mars 2028, and Henry Nelson, and let's see, who else we got? We got Hermione, Fluffy, okay, Kevin Williams also here. Welcome. Welcome to every one of you, and appreciate having you here. Going up a little bit more, we see Trev, the Wonky Donkey. Trev, did you check out the wonderful the secret volcano for today? I hope you did. Anyway, Sasha is also here. Welcome. Sue Hayes on board again. Welcome, Sue. I don't see the one from yesterday. Gackle, a super volcano, is at the top of Gackle Ridge. Okay. I didn't see the one from yesterday. All right. I'm not sure if that was for me or not, Sue. Let's see, who else we got in here? We got Colin already. We got Kevin Williams already. Dan is in the house. And Gaines is here as well. Welcome to both of you. Welcome to Sasha, if I didn't say that already. Kananaskis country in the channel as well, or the stream, I should say. And of course, Tom and Pepper. And Pepper got the bones today. Tom has to suffer with cookies. That nice big ham that was on there. I'm sure Pepper's loving that. Moving up a little bit more, looking for other good names. Tanto, bonjour, Tanto. I'm glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else we got? Still scrolling upward here, looking through all of the fine names. And scrolling quicker. I think I've seen missed just about all of you. Hank Hoosman. Hank, welcome back. Good to see you. We got okay, still scrolling up here and seeing who else might be in here. Peter Greenlees, welcome, Peter. And who else we got? We got Gaines already, and Dan, of course. And I think I'm just about out of names. Oh, Grandma B. Welcome, Grandma B. Glad to have you on board. And still scrolling upward, and I am up as far as I can go. I think I've got everyone. Uh-oh, I forgot the duck. The duck is here too, apparently. It came back. Yes, I know, but we'll keep... Okay, so you checked it and you verified it. You know which one it is. They're a wonky donkey, no worries. And, okay, Mars 2028 is here, and Quackers, yeah. Quackers the duck. Apparently, we're gonna have to name it if it's gonna hang around here all the time. It's just a ducky, I guess. Anyway, showing you some canned lava there from Helima crater. We'll turn that canned lava off, and we'll get over to the actual Helima crater as it is now. And there's the secret volcano. Let's remove that big banner, and let's go to what am I trying to do? I'm trying to turn that off. Oh, we still have that. Maybe I got to turn that one off too. No, I need to turn that off. That works better. All right. Looking at our wonderful, I'll call it the Hornito with two horns. Our Hornito in the corner is still standing there and still has two horns. Here's the long distance shot across the rest of the caldera, still seeing steam / smoke emanating from the hillsides and even over here, and of course steam coming along the edges of the crater. This I can understand as being a lot of steam, since that would be a point where the water would drain down to lowest point kind of thing. Easy there, Dennis. This is a family channel, just remember that. Anyway, looking at the crater, the Hornito, looking pretty good. West lava pond still there, and then I guess we call that the southwest lava pond area for all intents and purposes. Not really doing anything, so we'll leave it as that. We are always keeping a watchful eye on it, though. This is one of the camera shots here, looking from the south to the north, and looks pretty calm. I do see a lot of steam coming out of that central area here. I'm wondering if that might be a spot where it's going to pop up again. That'd be kind of nice, right in the middle. That way we get to see the fountaining again, if it ever does. I'd like that. The west side here, of course, we're seeing the old vents there, and that other Hornito that tried to build itself up, but didn't turn out so well. And greetings to all mummy of hamsters. Good to have you on board. Let's go to the next shot real quick. That's the B1 camera that they moved from somewhere down here all the way up to the top of the hill to keep it safe. And you can see a Mauna Loa in the background. So that is a mighty high and fine. That's all cool today. And let's see, here's our thermal. I did just refresh this, so that is fairly current. And as we can see, wow, it's hard to see. We see the old West Lava Pond here with the stuff that kind of rolled into it and doing its thing. It's still there. Pig Island's still out intact. I'm not seeing any other glows in the background there. And if we slide down a little bit, looking at the bottom side here, a little bit more heat right in that area. Of course, that is where the that hornito that was trying to build itself is at. And then still a curious line here. Not sure why we are seeing, maybe there's some uplift or a drop in this area, and we're seeing a line. So this may have either gone either way, up or down, and we're seeing a little bit of a crease or a crack or break in the crust surface and some heat coming through. That is a possibility. Anyway, let's leave that one be. We'll put it back on Helemaumau crater there in Kilauea, and that is, of course, the big island of Hawaii. So beautiful there today at 10:12 a.m. So kind of nice. Amelia, welcome, Amelia. Glad to have you on board. And all good. Let's see what else we can throw on here. Well, let's go to Iceland, since Iceland's a little bit wet and not so nice. I'm going to make this smaller, and we'll take off to Iceland. Where is my Iceland? There it is. And we'll make that bigger. All right, so it is 2013 there in Iceland, or 8:13 in the evening, and very foggy, cloudy, yucky conditions. But you know, it's Iceland. That's the way it happens. They have good days and they have bad days, just like everywhere else. There we went back about 10 hours, and you can see some clouds off in the distance, some very high cloud as well. Doesn't look that bad. We are located on top of the Perlin Center with this particular camera, and it is looking at basically downtown Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland. And next shot we'll look at is also from the Perlin Center, but over to the left-hand side of this one, and we'll get over there and I'll let you look at that one. And that is the regional airport, and you can see it is indeed raining right now. And that, like I said, it's 8:14 p.m. there right now, I think. So that's what we're seeing. Let's back that up about 10 hours, see if it looked a little bit better then. And oh, look, and there's a whole crowd of people down here. I wonder what they're doing. Some kind of Icelandic ritual? I have no idea. But lots of people down there. I don't know if anyone knows what's going on at the Perlin Center. Oh, the duck is chiming in. I have no idea why. Anyway, looking at visibility off in the distance, it's not bad. We do see Keilir out here on the towards the peninsula, so pretty cool. It's a panic or a picnic. Yeah, it's got to be a. Well, I don't know if it's a picnic, but there's certainly a lot of people out there. Maybe band practice, trying to show up on the dock stream. The old "Hey, Mom" kind of thing. Is that what you're saying, Tom? And that is awesome and cool. Anyway, Duck Iceland ritual. Iceland rituals. Interesting. Anyway, Nice shot, but you know, clarity is not that bad, but also looks a little bit hazy there, like it was going to rain, and it did. If we put it back on live, obviously we can see that. So let's leave that be. They did all dissipate here. I don't see any bodies left out here in the field, so they all left after it started raining. Anyway, let's make that one smaller, go to the next shot, and of course this is down on the Reykjanes Peninsula. Here's the road that leads out to the lighthouse. On that road you can get there by going that direction. This of course a bunch of hours ago, so this is what we were seeing, the primary steam geyser doing its thing, pushing out a lot of steam. Visibility not that great because we can't see Grindavik in the back area there, nor can we see the Blue Lagoon because of all the other steam in the way. This power plant here, of course, is working away, lots of steam coming from it, and we will go take a look and see what it looked like about 10 hours ago there. A little bit better conditions, and yeah, you can almost make out the town of Grindavik there. You can see the little white houses, and of course you can see the rise right there where the mouse is. That is our Ragnar, just showing its head, and that's pretty cool. And the geyser, of course, doing its thing. Still can't see the Blue Lagoon, but it is back there. So no fear, and I'm sure nobody has moved it, so we'll be okay with that. Let's make that one back to live, and we'll make it smaller. We'll take a look at no hopes. Oh, hey, I was going to say no hopes for seeing Katla, but I was wrong. We do see Katla in this shot. Well, at least a portion of it, the snow-capped area. That is our volcano called Katla, and it is in southern Iceland, of course. And of course, this is a viewing area where there's usually lots of people, but I was gonna say 10 hours ago it didn't look very good. If you're up there like they are, they can only see so far, and yeah, lots of rain and clouds in the way, so not good visibility for that area, unfortunately. But hey, you know, weather is weather, and we got to put up with what we are dealt. So that is the current conditions there, though, at the viewing site. We'll make that one smaller, go to the next one, and see if that shows up. And I may have to recapture. There we go. Slightly different angle of Katla, but you can see a fair amount of it there, the snow cap underneath all that cloud, and at least it's showing a little bit today. So that is what we've got. So let's drop that back to here, and we'll carry on with our next place of enjoyment. And of course, that is looking at our harmonic tremor charts, or the rumble chart as we nickname it. So that is pretty cool. Anyway, looking at the activity, and we did see a decline here in our purple frequency, magmatic, and we did see it drop quite a ways, and then just kind of trying to level out again on, well, it was on an upward swing, but it leveled out right there. Same kind of affair for what we've got going on with the seismicity. Well, that one actually, it looked like it dropped and picked up again and dropped again and is trying to rebuild a bit. So kind of interesting to see that. And then of course an increase in tectonic stuff. Then we had looks like a couple quakes in there, and a decrease, and that may, whatever that might have been, that quake may have taken the pressure off and relaxed it again, and then we're starting to rebuild here with something else binding up. That's what I'm taking it as. Not a bad looking chart for today. A little bit of incentive there with some quakes in the area. and hope there are more. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Let's go up to look at the Askia plate, the Askia chart, I should say. And there we see kind of a pretty steady increase at first, and started lifting up a whole bunch more at around noonish, and kept on going upward. Same thing goes with the seismicity, and almost looks like it all joined up with this particular quake here for the magmatic and seismicity. We did see the tectonic kind of take a dip, and it was on its way up, and it peaked out a little later after that center spike, and then kind of dropped off and tried again. So not sure what that's indicating. We did have another quake just after midnight in that area at Askia. Not sure if it's right in Askia or not, but we'll see what we've got on the earthquake map when we get to it. Next one we're going to check is Grimsey, if it is working, and no, it is not. So Grimsey is not going to be looked at today. And this one, of course, is Grindavik, and we see slightly different action, the downward trend here in Grindavik. And then we see seismicity did pick up and drop back off, and again on a downward trend, and a slight drop, then an increase. This is more or less the same as what we've seen at Eruption here, but this is slightly different. So and it's not very far apart from one to the other. Always makes you wonder, so what the heck is going on? One of the things I didn't see here today, you see that a bigger spike every day. We're not seeing it today. It's Sunday today. The workers are not there. So somebody is not grinding something or hammering something or something like that. Anyway, let's take a look and see what else we got here at the, let's see, Kristevik is the one I'm looking for. Kristevik, of course, to the northeast of Eruption, whereas what is it? Grindavik. Sorry, I had to think about that one. Grindavik is to the southwest, so that's the differences. Looking at the Kristevik one, we do see quite a decline and a slight rebound on our magmatic. And of course here we are seeing the seismicity drop down, pop back up, drop down, very similar to Eruption. And again we see a little bit more action here with this extra, looks like maybe 3 tremors all in one spot, but looks like the tectonic did move up. The spike on this one not quite as big. That would indicate that whatever quake we had at Eruption is likely right there, and this one didn't show up as much. It didn't have to be a huge quake either. So looking at the decline, and then it's trying to regain a little bit of ground. So that is to the northeast of our wonderful Eruption. Let's get back over to that one, and we'll leave that one there, and then we'll go have a look at the earthquakes, see what we got happening. And where are we here? Eruption. How about there? Oh, that didn't quite line up. Why? There, that's better. Okay, that works. All right, thanks Tom for the 5-minute warning. I'm Irish, so I probably have a little Viking in me. Well, I know I have a big Viking in me. Oh, that's what happens when you come from the northern portions, the Germanian ancestry, and of course there's Vikings in there as well, and yeah, whatever else, it might even be a little Celtic in there. So that's an ancestry for you. It's always interesting. Anyway, let's pop over to the earthquakes and see what we've got. It looks like 54 earthquakes for today, or the last 24 hours, I should say. And we'll run through some of them, and we'll see how far we can get. Of course, this is the Reykjanes Peninsula that we're doing first, and there you can see the capital city of Reykjavik, and the area that we were looking at those cameras from. Where is the Perlin Center? Right there, and of course the regional airport, and the downtown area over here. So that's what we were seeing, and that is Reykjavik. The capital over here is Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarðvík, and if we go down here we can see the town of Grindavik, and of course the two radio towers that we haven't seen for a while because it is always light out. And just slightly to the north of that we have the wonderful Blue Lagoon, and the power plant right beside it as well. So that gives you a little bit of a layout of where we are. Let's start out with some of these quakes. From 10:50 a.m. we had a magnitude 1.3, 12.5 kilometers down. And from 10:50 we also had a 1.75 and 9.7 kilometers down. That's a fair ways out. This one here, a 0.2, 1.1 kilometer down, and that is 23:22 is the time on that from yesterday. Over here in our bottom of our Fagradalsfjall area, we have a 0.23, a 1.5 kilometers down, came in yesterday at 21:21. This is the outline for Fagradalsfjall, so that is there, and that looks pretty awesome. Let's just zoom in a tad bit. This is the location of Ragnar, and of course that is the Siggy Fisher. We do have a few more in here, so let's take a look at them. We've got a 0.53, 5.2 kilometers down, 6:24 a.m. And then we've got this one from 12:49, a 0.4, 4 kilometers down. And I'm wondering if that actually is the one that triggered on the sensor. And I want to put the sensors on and the plate boundary. Yeah, so there's the sensor, and that would be about the right time for our quake that we seen on the chart, that larger one, right around noon. So that's that one. And next one is from 11:47 a.m. a 0.6, 4.6 kilometers down, and that might have been a little bit in there as well. That's just a couple minutes earlier. And then of course we go over to our next area, and that is Krusavik. We do have a few quakes out there, a 0.3, 4.3 kilometers down from 20:59, a 0.96, 4.1 kilometers down from 11:19, and at 1:33 a.m. we had a 0.73 at 7.3 kilometers down. The bigger one in the area is a 1.89, and that is 4.7 clicks down, 9:45 or 9:54. Sorry, I got that dyslexia problem. And 10:09 a.m. we had a 0.6, 5.6 clicks down. The other one, 0.69, 5.9 kilometers down from 11:53. On the other side of the lake, we had a zero, that is 5.2 kilometers down, 16:53 for him. An older zero here, 6 kilometers down, 21:22 yesterday, and a 1.05, and 6.6 kilometers down from 14:17. What happened? Sorry about the foolish message with the sub. What happened to the sub? I was talking about the chart going down. I wasn't meant to be insensitive to the families of the people who. Oh, okay. I didn't even see that comment on Mars, but okay, you deleted it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a shame that that happened. It's an unfortunate incident, and we hope that you know people will take heed in the future and a little bit more precautions. I have no idea. I'm not a submarine diver, and especially something like that, what happened to them is unthinkable. You'd think everything was done the way it should have been. 0.69, 7.1 kilometers down from 2309, and a point 0, 5.4 kilometers down from 2344 yesterday. And this one is from 1300 today, a magnitude 1, 7 kilometers down, and a 1.31, 6.1 clicks down, 9:38 a.m. for him. And let's get this 0.46 up here, 5.4 kilometers down, 1444. And we got some more stragglers up on the top. 0.7, 6.4 kilometers down, 332 this morning. And a 0.2, 6.1 kilometers down from 5:50 a.m. It is close to break time, so I am going to go take that break. And we'll do that. We'll come back after the break and get everything that's sitting here at Eyjafjallajökull and Katla. And maybe we'll carry on with those ones as well. So all good, and we'll get you some lava back on here. Lava! There's the lava. I love lava. Yeah, and just to throw in a little comment about my little 2 bits worth with the submarine accident. They've done multiple dives with that unit before. Nothing has ever gone wrong, things like that. You have to wonder sometimes about certain things. There are different designs of different submarines. You definitely would think people have taken all due precautions when you're designing something that is structured to be going down in extremely high pressures. And that's something that people have to understand down there. The atmospheric pressures can be so high that if you do have a simple little leak and it turns, you got too much pressure on the outside and there's a little bit of a collapse at the beginning. It's a matter of a few split seconds, and I am sure that nobody wants that kind of thing to have happen. But when they design these, their intention is not to kill people. Their intention is to have people use it as basically their life vessel while they're down there inspecting things and looking at things. And I feel bad about the fact that people have lost their lives. Also feel really bad about the fact that this may kibosh any future activity for a long time before anyone else goes and has any tours down at the Titanic. And I really wish that we could preserve what we've got down there and have people be able to view it. But technology is what it is. Sometimes you have to over-design things to be able to accomplish things. And there was one of the guys that was the what do they call it? A cinematographer that had gone down. I was watching his interview and reaction to the whole thing, and he had been down 35 times down to the Titanic, and he did say that it's a horrible loss, it's a horrible shame, and he did also mention the integrity with what they were doing. People have designed this equipment to withstand those things, and something just happened to not have been right. And when that happens, it's, who do we point at and who do we blame? And rather than sitting there pointing and blaming, let's fix it for the future. And I think that is more important. Never mind the name game, if you will, or blame game. It's moving forward, and we as a society we have to. And I want to mention also, the ocean is one of the least explored places on the planet, and it's due time that we have more vessels that are capable of going down there, and not only for tourist stuff, but mining operations and all kinds of different adventures like that, because there are billions and trillions of dollars worth of resources down there, and hopefully people will get them in a proper manner. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. Don't go away, guys. Let's see. Any adventure can go wrong? Wonky donkey, that is absolutely true. And I'm going to actually throw one in just before I take that break. There was a group of people. They were on a horseback ride, and they were going through somewhere in Colorado, and they're going down a trail. I can't remember the name of the bluff that it was at, but the girl was kind of out ahead a little bit, beyond, probably about 50 yards ahead of everyone else on the trail, and a cougar attacked her on top of, she wasn't riding a horse, she was actually riding a hybrid, a mule, or I don't know exactly what they call them, but the horse donkey or breed. And anyway, she got attacked and thrown off, and that animal, the horse donkey guy, basically ended up getting himself over top of the lady and started kicking this mountain lion, and he basically killed the mountain lion with 3 kicks, and saved the lady. So it is one of those things, but it is what it is. So anyway, I'm gonna go take that break, and I was going to say everything ended well in that story, but not really. We lost the mountain lion, but it is what it is. All right, I'm going to go for a break. For those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit the like button, give it a quick pop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back, and thanks, Dennis, for turning, did you throw that membership in, or somebody got that membership? Oh, you bought it. All right, cool, Dennis, and thank you. And okay, time for me to take that break. I'll be back. And the microphone is on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. Must find my duck shooting gun. Quackers, quick hide, quackers, hide. Somebody's gonna shoot you. And thanks for the welcome back from Tanto and Sue and John and Henry. And I hear you at Quacker Fox 2000. Okay, fine, Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Kananaskis Country and Kevin Haynes. Welcome and thank you. And Mars, thanks. And I think I got everyone. I might have missed a couple there. Also seen Diane is here. Welcome, Diane. And Silversmith also in the house. Welcome, you guys. Glad to have you on board. And thanks, Sasha. Hang on. Okay, a microphone back on. All right. Let's get back over to our wonderful Iceland and go over the rest of those wonderful earthquakes that we were seeing. We'll stop this lava in its tracks for now, and over to Iceland we go. All right, so we got everything on the Reykjanes Peninsula except for that brand new one that just happened. And where is that? A little red dot. I have seen it here somewhere. It's a 0.3, nothing big, 4.3 kilometers down from 2026 Iceland Time. And we'll leave that there. We were over here looking, or just starting to look. I have felt the Yokel had a one quake, a 1.6, a 5.1 kilometers down from 1830, fairly fresh. And there's another 1.6 over here from 1105, and that is only 300 meters down. And that is interesting. That's not in the ice, so kind of makes you wonder. Anyway, we'll grab the big one first, 2.96, 135 meters down, 1219 today. Next one is a 1.93, 3.3 kilometers down, and that is definitely not in the ice. And good afternoon from JB. Welcome, JB. 1219 was the time on that 1.93. And let's see what else we got in here. We got a 2.72, 139 meters down from a 1:14 a.m. today. And next one is a 1.97, 135 kilometers down, 1103. We got a 0.5, 6.1 clicks down from yesterday, 2219. And if we zoom in, we can pick out some of the other ones that we haven't gotten yet. 1.71, 135 meters down, 2 a.m. This one from 1304, it's a 1.24, 135 meters down. Again, ice stuff. 1.14, 135 meters down, 37 minutes after midnight. This one also 37 minutes after midnight. A 1.21. 37 meters down. Now that's getting a little closer to the surface. That's like 100 feet or a little bit more. This one is from 36 minutes after midnight, almost a magnitude 1, only a 0.99, and 42 meters down. A 0.6, 135 meters down at 1:11 a.m. 1.53, 135 meters down from 2124. Then we've got from a 159, that's a 1.29 in magnitude, 135 meters down, and a 1.1, I should say, 1.1 kilometers down, and that is from a 1456. Did we miss these two? Yep, we did. 135 meters down, 1157 for that 0.7 of a magnitude. This one is a 0.58, and that is 135 meters down as well, and that is from 1017. So again, we can attribute most of that. Ooh, what happened here? We can attribute most of that to ice movement. But there are a couple that are a little further down that we have to wonder about, and if they are in fact something happening underneath there. I'd be curious to see if there was more action. Of course, we'll find that out in the next day or two. Kind of looking at the lay of the lines here, we do have the what we call that mid-Atlantic ridge, or the fault line is right in here, and this is basically the corner of the fault. So that could have a reason for it being a little bit on the shaky side. So also the ice, when it melts, or if they get larger amounts of rain, that can happen as well. Welcome, Epically Epic. Good to have you on board. Let's continue on here with the other earthquakes. We do have a 1.1 over here, 5 kilometers down, 1727, and that is definitely not in the ice. Keeping going upward. We don't see anything at Vardabunga or Grimsvatn today. We have a 0, and that is up here at Askia, and that's 4.7 kilometers down from 1752. And up here at Herdebreit, or towards it, we do have a 0.9, 9.5 kilometers down, 2046 is the time on that. Moving up a little bit more, we see this one from 1518, it's a 0.6, 2.7 kilometers down. Next, there's a 2 over here, a 0.92, 4.4 clicks down, 30 minutes after midnight. And from yesterday at 2121, a 0.5 from 5.6 kilometers down. And moving over, we see a 1.4, and that's a 0.9 of a kilometer down, or 900 meters. 1606 is the time on him. And 4 more to go. Right there, we see a 1.27, 6.4 kilometers down, 4 minutes after 6 a.m. Next one is a 1.2, 1.7 kilometers down, 7:52 for him. 4 minutes after midnight, we had a 0.65 in magnitude, 9.8 kilometers down. And this one is a 0.9, 8.9 kilometers down from 34 minutes after midnight. So there, I was going to say, there's your earthquakes. We have one more. This one, 40 minutes after midnight, a 2.89, and that is 9.9 kilometers down. And I think we got them all now. All right, so that's it for our earthquakes there in Iceland. Seeing pressure here and seeing that one up there, I'm wondering if we've got a twist happening in the plates. And of course, this isn't a nice straight edge slip plate. We know that one of these plates is a little bit cockeyed compared to the other one, and it is not truly transverse. It is kind of rubbing into each other a little bit there in some spots, even though they're moving apart. A little weird, but anyway, it does happen. And that is what we've got going on. So one area is expanding more than the others, and I'm not sure which end is actually doing that. I'll got to keep digging and find out which side is actually moving more, whether it's the European plate or the North American plate. Anyway, that's it for earthquakes for over there. Let's have a quick peek over in the Azores and see what they've got happening. And of course, I'm hunting for stuff here, because I had to reboot again, and did a reboot and updated the machine this morning. So everything is a little bit of a hunt to find good things. Anyway, conditions out in the Azores. We are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. There is the little harbor, or one of them, and the small town or village. You can almost make out that there's an island over there. That is Pico Island. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Sue and Tom. And yeah, looks kind of nasty weather-wise today. A little gloomy looking is what I see. The ocean doesn't look that rough, but still gloomy nonetheless. This, of course, is the shot from the cove that we always look at, and we check for white water down here at the edges. to get an idea. And since we can see the waves rippling in, they're not super huge, but I'd be very careful on a little boat. Those might be a little bigger than you anticipate. That is the Atlantic after all. Next shot is, of course, of the mapping for St. George. We don't see anything new. The last one was on the 16th. We will go to the other map, and this one I did refresh just before the show. And of course, if we zoom in a little bit, there you can see the islands. There's St. George, Pico Island, Fayal Island, Terceira over here, San Miguel on that end. And 19 hours ago, we had a 2.25 kilometers down from a 2053. And then we had 2 and 5 kilometers down from a 2132 yesterday. And this one is from 19 hours ago, from 2.35 kilometers down from 2034 yesterday. And the point is, that is 2.1, and there we go, surface quake, 9:44 a.m. on the 25th, so that is today's. And this one here 5 hours ago, 3.1, that's the larger one on the plate, and 10:42 a.m. is when that happened, GMT or UTC, whichever you prefer. And that is it for quakes there, except for we have one more I missed. 2.1 surface quake, 6:07 this morning, and that is it, I hope. Let's just double check. I'm going to, don't see any more. Anyway, that is it for the Azores. Let's zoom out a little bit here so we'll give you a better perspective. The Canary Islands, of course, are down here. Strait of Gibraltar over there, Azores right in the middle of the Atlantic, and then of course you got Portugal and Spain and France and Holland over there, and Belgium and all those places, and then you've got England and Wales and Scotland and Ireland, and of course Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, where Sue is waving at us once again from Cole Harbour over there, and that is all good. And up in the top here, of course, we got Iceland and Greenland. So that gives you a good idea where they are. Almost tropical, and if they were a little bit further down, they'd be more tropical. But they're up here, so not quite as good. If down here, I think it'd be really much better. I think we should invest in land here somewhere. Let's build something out here. That is a rise. That's got to be just a little ways under the water. We could build an island up there. Anyway, we don't see quakes there, so that might be a solid place to have something. Anyway, let's put that back on here, and it is time for me to take that break. Going to put you back on the canned lava for right now, and when we come back from the break, we will. Oh, this is second break, so we will go to the bacon seeds. That's what we're gonna do. Bacon seeds coming up. For those good people who are here, please, if you have not yet hit that like button, consider doing that and help out the channel. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, please, if you feel that we've earned it, hit that button and turn the red to gray, and don't forget to hit that bell notification so you know when we're on. That's only if YouTube sends out the information, of course. That's YouTube's problem. Party lounge, or a lounge party, or something. Yeah, everybody into the lurkers lounge for the break. Here comes some music. I'll be back. Keep smiling, and we'll have seeds after. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome Tetra. Actually, if you type quack, it doesn't do that. The instigator is me. So not to worry though. We will see what we can do to make weird things happen. And the ducks decided to move in when it rained a whole bunch, and apparently Quackers, the leftover, didn't leave. Anyway, let's see. Thank you for the welcome backs from Tanto. Merci beaucoup. And thanks JB and Henry and Kevin and Canonescus Country and Sue and Mars 2028. And I hear you, DrFox2000. And thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. And that is all awesome. Yeah, I was just trying to find some pig sounds, and I'm just not sure about them. I don't know. That doesn't sound very becoming of a piggy. What about this one? That doesn't sound very good either, does it? What's... Oh, that's a baby pig. He's making a lot of noise. Okay, and we'll leave those pig sounds alone for now. That's all in fun, you guys. All in fun. Epically epic. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. I have to find the appropriate one for a piggy. And so we'll see. What did you... Yeah, that's exactly it, Mars 2028. Oh boy, I'm gonna get in trouble yet. Insert other foot, wiggle toes. All right, the second pig sounds very annoying. Yep, sounded like it was getting. Hey, Dennis, easy. Remember what I said? This is a family channel. Let's not have things like that in here, okay? That is, you gotta just cool it a little bit, please. All right. Anyway, bacon seeds. Let's get over. There's the last one. Yeah. The last one for yesterday, and of course, Piggy sent us a bunch of new ones. She always does. She does a wonderful job. And yeah, rated G, so we can try to keep it fairly clean. Anyway, here's the first one. Somebody's having some pool fun, and one is saying, "Hey, how's the water?" And the other one says, "Oh, it's fine." This, of course, is what they call the self-serve hogwash. And of course, they're getting their own baths. That is awesome. Good way to cool off. Yep, in the pool. Pool piggies. And here's our next one. And he looks like he's been in and out of that pool a few times, getting a little bit dirty. That is all okay though. At least he looks like he's happy. Don't hog the pool. Yep, definitely a hogwash scenario. Next one is this one, and these guys aren't in the pool, but I don't know why they got straw all over their faces. They were playing hide and go peek. I don't know what they were doing. Anyway, that is kind of neat, and we'll carry on and see what else we got here. Somebody checking out the blanket. And going, yep, I don't mind that first dye. Some nice sheets, and that is always nice. Yep, you gotta have good sheets in your sty. Awesome. And let's get to the next one, and that is this little guy. Cute. Little smile on his face, having a good time. Yep, Tanto, that other one was getting ready to have a nap. This one, though, I don't know. Hey, looks like he's too wide awake to have a nap. Let's see what our next one is. More pool pigs. This one is having a little bit of a fun. So funny. Okay, it's so funny. Anyway, well, I carry on. I want a pig now. You know, I thought about it too. They are quite intelligent creatures. Look at that. And they're having a good time at the pool party. Awesome. Back in the, back to the hogwash. Self-serve hogwashes, of course. And let's get into the next one. And here's a couple more that are enjoying their wonderful pool. And yep, 3 seeds in a tub. That's Henry, they're going to sprout. And here you got 2. And just add water, they'll get bigger. And all awesome. Love these guys. Just enjoying their wonderful time. And let's get to the next shot. Oh, here's those first 2. They're getting a refill on their pool. That is awesome. And we have one more picture left for our bacon seeds for today. Let's see what we got. And oh wow, this one is taking it to a new level. A splish, a splash, taking a bath. Don't drink the pool water. JB, I don't recommend it. But this one certainly looks like he's been washing for a while. He's in the, what do they call it, the using a proper agitation and getting things happening. That's awesome bacon seeds for today. And thank you, Piggy, for sending those in. If you're still awake and listening. The rinse cycle. Yeah, something like that, Henry. That is awesome. Gotta love it. And the sparkling clean. Yep. That pig definitely does look like he got washed real well. So they must have used a little bleach in the water. I'm kidding. No bleach. Never mind. Just a regular dirt removal. Let's go take a look at our secret volcano. Hang on, let me stop that lava flow. There we go. And turn on La Secret Volcano. And the other thing we can turn off. There is our secret volcano for today. And I'm hoping that it is not too difficult. Matter of fact, no, Redoubt, not Mount Redoubt. Redoubt. Dennis Ray throws in a $2 super chat. Awesome, Dennis. Thank you kindly. Dennis Ray. Okay, I'll write that down. $2 super chat. Thank you very kindly for your support, Dennis. And Kevin Haynes, I got it already. Boy, and that was a quick there, Kevin. And that is pretty awesome. So, Kevin Haynes gets the cookies. And, of course, that is Mount Etna. And I did figure I'd use an easy shot there for today to make sure that things were a little bit easier. The other ones were a little tough lately. And yeah, that is a pretty awesome shot. Love the way that plume is going up and the kind of the cloud just hanging up top there. Pretty awesome. Like a dart, Kevin. Way to go, straight in there. Yep. And that is a nice photo. I like that. Especially with the clear skies and stuff in the around the outside, so looking pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that there. Next place we're going, we'll actually turn that off for now, and we'll turn that back on, but we'll leave that not running. We'll go over to Mount, which one we going to? Hang on. Mount Foggy. We are going over to Mount Foggy over in central Mexico. And this is Mount Foggy. Oh, hang on. I think they call it Popocatépetl. And yeah, volcano gray right now. And it was for a bunch of hours here, even if I go back. This is 5 hours and 12 minutes ago. You couldn't see the thing, so that is not good. And that is about the best view that we've got of the day. So we're not doing a heck of a lot with Popocatépetl today. Let's see if it shows up on some of the other ones. Not there either. Let's leave that one. How about we look at the multicam and we'll back that up a little bit and see if we can spot it anywhere. And no, not much visibility whatsoever. Nice lenticular cloud on top of it though. That is pretty awesome. But not a good day for viewing Popocatépetl. And Popocatépetl is 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. We'll leave it as that. Yep, the clouds, annoyances for us volcano watchers. Make sure everything is small. Go to the next one. This one, of course, is Fuego down in Guatemala, just a little further south. And we did see a Fuego earlier, and it wasn't too bad as far as the view. There you can see the camera shaking a little bit. It was windy up there, apparently. And we did have some action from a Fuego. I'm just trying to get it to the right point. There we go at 9:28, and actually it was started about 9:27 when that plume first started coming out. And as you can see, it is very dark, dirty, ash-filled material. Lots of tephra, and pretty awesome. And we did have a few of those this morning, and I was actually happy to have been able to see those. And as of late, it wasn't doing as much. So trying to get back here. Where's the other one that I seen early this morning, or was this it? I thought there was two fairly good ones, unless I skipped over it somewhere. Oh, I did skip over it. The other one, yeah. The other one is about, I think, an hour before this. There it is at 9:02, so no, not quite an hour, but a little bit more of a straight up plume there, but still drifting off to the opposite side, and we won't see it as well. But that's what it was doing. We can go all the way back into the nighttime, but the clouds were kind of yucky. If we go to about here, there you can actually see there is a glow to the top of the caldera, so we know there is active lava up there. It's just not very much of it, and unfortunately poor visibility. So 5:06 a.m. is when that was from. If we go ahead a little bit, we had less cloud, still in black and white mode. 5:16 a.m. You can definitely see that glow, so pretty cool. We'll leave Fuego be though, and then we'll go check in on it later. Of course, always keeping an eye out for updates. Let's make that screen smaller. Next one we're looking at is our wonderful Messiah volcano, and that is in Nicaragua. And of course, we are not able to see that lava arc in there tonight, or right now anyway. Let's give it a refresh. You can see most of the depth of that caldera, but no lava. And well, you can see a little bit more. You can see the little lava arc there a little bit, but and see further down into the caldera, but still not showing anything. It does seem to glow more at nighttime, so I don't know how much more lava is actually down there, but that is what we've got. And Philomena, welcome, and maybe turn on your volume. I can't hear anything. Tell her to Sound is working. Maybe refresh. Yeah, good idea there, Sharon Stewart. Let's go to the next volcano, and again, the same problem we had yesterday, and that's Rincon de la Vieja, and clouds, absolute nasty clouds. That is what we've got. So we'll leave that one be. We'll go to our next one further south, and this is in Chile. And we will start out with this one here. That is Alaska, and they have their little time lapses, of course. You can see a little bit of off-gassing coming from it, the plumes. Nothing too crazy, but doing what it likes to do. Let's take a look at the next shot. Actually, I should refresh this and see if we get anything better. Let me try that. We'll see if that works. Well, we worked a little bit. We did have a few frames of Laguna del Mole, but not much visibility. As you can see, it being up and very high in elevation, we've got some rain and snow up there for those guys, so not going to see a heck of a lot. Let's go to the next one. Well, there's no sense in going to it. That is Villarrica over there, and it's all gray, so no sense in even wasting time on it. Let's carry on, though. That is our North and South American stuff for right now, and we will move on, and we'll go to our next place of joy and fun, and that'll be to Merapi. And let's see if Merapi will make us happy, and make that a little bit bigger. And of course, there is the shot of Merapi. Let's see if I can do a little adjustment here. There we go. All right, that'll work. Right now, we're not seeing too much. It's 4:24 a.m. there. We do see the top of the caldera. We have some glow up there, and another spot right there. If you're looking down here on the bottom left-hand side, you can see the infrared camera, and that does glow a whole bunch more in comparison to what you're seeing over at the color camera. Let's go back just a little bit, though, and we'll see there were some good eruptions earlier, and I wanted to pop onto those if we can get to them. Just have to find them, and that might have been, no, not here. They had it actually on the 4-panel screen, so we'll get it back here a little bit, and right about here, that will work. And there you go. So you can see the glow, of course, in the infrared, and over here in the color, and of course the seismicity chart over on the other side. Thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And yeah, there you can see some of that bacon coming down the hill, and the differences in black and white versus color cameras is very present there. Okay, Philomena, you got your volume figured out there? It's not on my end. My volume is all the way up. Okay, I hope you refreshed and got it to work. And welcome. Why YouTube mutes randomly for me? Check toggle of the speaker icon. Yeah, and that happens to me as well. There, Sharon Stewart, as well as it takes the video, instead of showing it at 1080p, it'll show it at something silly like a 144p. And a little bit frustrating when you're looking at nothing but blur and fuzz. Anyway, let's enjoy that bacon coming down the hill from Merapi, and that kind of bacon will make us happy, right? I know, I'm rhyming, trying to figure things out. I know. Oh boy. Yep, I guess I'm gonna have to put a duck feeder or something down there in duck land. Oh, I mean a bunny land. Anyway, not a bad scene seeing that material come down, and it did it a bunch of times before that as well. And let's see if we can get it into another position here where we've seen quite a bit of flow down, and that would be right around here. This was about 22 minutes after the midnight there for them, and you can see it starting to increase here. I'm just advancing it. There we go. Got it to the start of it 22 minutes after midnight, and you can see the glow and the extra clouds that are moving in on the infrared shot, but also the larger amount of lava coming out today. So it's definitely got an increased amount, and I like seeing that. That is always nice, especially in the color mode. And there you can see that lava going down the hill. Definitely getting two places where, you know, with a larger volume like that, you're going to get a further run down that hill, well beyond that 1 kilometer point, maybe making it all the way to 2 kilometers. But looks good, and of course you see how it all spread out and kind of a big delta that it's creating. The old canyon that was in there is definitely filled up with effusive lava, and this is just building up more and more over top. And eventually, over time, what's going to happen if that stays like this, we're going to see a caldera, a wall starting to form at the top as the top area kind of starts blocking itself off and getting, you know, as it cools, it'll leave a little bit of a wall, and then the next time it spills out again, it's going to continue to do that and build it up and build it up. So hopefully we'll see that happen, but it may be too much all in one shot, or the higher volume levels may not allow for that either. Rabbits make a noise. No, rabbits are very, very quiet. The only time you will hear a rabbit is, one, if it's purring, and it uses its teeth to purr, making a kind of a grinding noise, but that's the rabbit purr. And the only other one that they really make is usually their death cry, and that sounds like a very high squealed noise, and that is the only thing you'll hear rabbits doing, other than thumping. And they will thump with their back feet, making thumping noises. Other rabbits can hear that from quite a distance, so pretty cool. And Dennis is shaking at the cam saying hi. Okay, well, it is time for a break. Lava, yep, it's the wonderful lava family, and we are still trying to figure out what to do with quackers. Okay, anyway, rabbits can make chewing noises. Yeah, we've heard them before. They will make that kind of a noise, but typically something that you can hear when you're not too far away. It's you know, they make very little noise, right? The thumpers, yep, that is that you can hear usually. Anyway, I'm going to put you back over on the canned lava, and there it is. And I am going to put the music back on. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button, consider hitting it if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. There we go. Had to get that out. And on that note, I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes after I duck from these airplanes flying over. Hang on, did I say duck? Oh boy. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm not going to bed yet. Kevin Williams. Okay, fine. Be that way. Stay up a while. Watch us. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Diane and Oh Mummy of Hamsters and John and Henry and JB and Susie and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart and Alba Girl in Kananaskis country and Dennis Ray putting up a microphone. All cool. Okay, so that is wonderful. And let's carry on with what we were doing. We'll park our wonderful lava, and I think we'll be okay with that. If we find the file and just hit the stop button there, we got it, and that is all good. And oh boy, that duck is still in there. I don't know, I'm gonna have to see if we can find it as a new home or something. Anyway, we were looking at Merapi, and I did load up another spot there where it kind of did its flow, and we'll just watch that one go down. And this was kind of a multiple hit, if you will, with several eruptions at the same time. You can definitely see lava in both the top views coming down that hill. This first one wasn't quite as aggressive. We'll move it to the second one and see if we can show that. One of the things that we did see here is a lot of that lava did go quite a ways down, and that is a good indicator it's over that 1 kilometer mark. And there's the next burst, and then you see another big blob of lava, of wonderful bacon coming down the hill. And that, of course, is the thing for tonight, or well, their night. It seemed to be a larger eruptions from what we've had before. So a little bit more volume to it, which is, I don't know, is that good or bad? Could be either or, as the material continues to build up and make that mountain bigger, and you know, it's going to continue to do exactly that. Hopefully they'll get some nice fertile ash down in the valleys, and they'll be able to have better crops. Anyway, that is a pretty nice looking scene. I love looking at that bacon coming down the hill, and very nice. So all right, let's make that one smaller, and we'll carry on, go to the next shot, and of course that will be over at Mount Ruapehu. So let's go there. That's a blast from the past. No, that's actually in the future, Susie, I mean, it's in the future. It's from it's not our past. They're in the future over there. So it's all good. Anyway, let's leave and that be. We'll go to our next shot. And of course, that is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu. And it is already zoomed in for us. And that was very nice. We do see all kinds of cloud sitting and hugging the top end of it, and some lights down here, or glitter reflecting, I don't know, either or. It is still early there, so that is what we're seeing, but looks fairly nice. You can kind of see that snow line right around there, and the top of the mountain being covered in snow and some sticky clouds. It's pretty cool. I love all of the Marx Brothers movies. Some of the oldies are pure gems. Marx Brothers, oh boy, that's been a while. Yeah. Anyway, that is what Mount Ruapehu was looking like. We did have a little bit of color in this morning's sunrise. That looked kind of nice, as it was very clear there. And of course you can see those reddish tinges going into the orange and then yellow and then white. So pretty awesome to see that. And of course the mountain out in the background there doing its thing. So pretty cool. Let's put that back on live. We'll carry on with the next one. I'm going to make that smaller and go to this page. Going to refresh real quick just so we have the up-to-date data. And this is the chart for Taupo. Looking at what we're seeing, noise for Taupo on the floor area there, gone down very quiet. So I'm not sure what's going on, but yep, looks like it's very calm there in New Zealand at Taupo. We do see a spike here, and I wonder if that might have been further to the north, since this sensor is a lot further on the northern side, because we don't see anything on this one here, or if that's it right there, it's very, very small. Anyway, let's leave that alone. Let's take a look at what we see out there at Taupo Lake, and we'll make that a little bit bigger so we can see it all. There we go. The caldera, of course, is the entirety of the lake, and that is Taupo's caldera. And not able to see Mount Ruapehu off in the distance here, but it is hiding behind those clouds right there. And Taupo's center is somewhere just out here past the that light pole, way out in the middle of the water. So that's kind of where they point to it anyway on the map, as far as the location of the volcano. Anyway, the whole lake is the caldera though, so hopefully it will never go. Anyway, this shot courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo in New Zealand. So awesome, thank you. And if you ever need to go visit, that's a nice view of the lake. You can have a look at a bunch of volcanoes down there in the south. And let's make that smaller. We'll go and do this and click on there, and we'll head off to our next volcano. Yep, Sharon, I do like it too. I think it'd be worthy of a visit. It really would. One day, and let's see if we can make that bigger. There is Semeru, and Semeru, of course, continuing to do its thing. It is 4:46 a.m. there in East Java, and as you can see, they've got the close-up cam down on the bottom, so you can see a little bit of that activity there as well. But for the most part, it's a long-range shot, so we're not going to see a heck of a lot. They did have it kind of sitting in the right spot here. We'll take a look. They did zoom in on, give us the close-up view. Let's do that here and make that go. And there we should be able to see it at 2:13 in the morning. We did see a little bit of a puff, and that is just the prelude to it. It did pop a little bit more there, so just give it a few seconds. And nice to see, the volcano is being more active as of late. I'd still love to see a whole bunch of lava flowing down the side of it, though. That would be pretty good. I think it'd be awesome. Anyway, let's see if we can expedite this just a tad. I want to get it right on that puff. Let's see, did I get it? No, I didn't get it. I may not be in the right spot here. Oh, that should be coming up. Yeah, it should be kind of changing that plume a little bit any second now. So, but anyway, that's what's going on. It's pretty much, I've been doing the same thing here for the last few days, and they've had a reasonable view of it. So it's always nice to see a close-up on the caldera, whether it's a night or daytime. allows us to see some of that wonderful lava happening, and that is always nice. One of the things I just want to mention here, we still see more leaking out in the front here, and I think there's still some holes in there. And you know, one day this, if we have a big enough burst in the of gases coming up, I'm sure we're going to see this front piece here break out, and that'll be awesome. Mind you, it's pretty hard to tell how thick that is now. We do see more perforations in it, though. So I'm back from the Lurkers Lounge, says Mars 2028. That's a good thing, and hopefully you'll be able to stick around for a little while. Anyway, let's see. A breakout would be awesome to see. Yep, that would be definitely. Let's see. I'm looking for another spot here that we can see a little bit of activity. There's a little bit more of that pluming. This is at 2:29 a.m. and prior to that they had taken it, they were actually looking at it in black and white, and that was like this. So slightly different viewpoint, I guess, or infrared, I should say. So that's what they're seeing. Looks sparkly and pretty nice. Yeah, I'm just looking back a bunch of hours here, and of course they had it set on the distance shot, so we won't see it as close up. This again is 23:37 their time. And why is that? Oh, that is moving. Okay, it is moving, but it's very slow. You can see the plume coming out, but nothing really crazy. And we'll leave Semaru be. I'm going to make that smaller. Actually, I'll put it back on live, and that is the current condition there. We'll put it back to this screen as well, so you can see all of it. And we'll make that one smaller, go to the next one, and this was Mayon. That was being streamed about 9 hours ago. I'm going to see actually if he's got anything up fresh. He does, and there it is. There is a Mayon, and that is during their daytime. If we go back a bunch of hours, we'll go back about we'll go back 2 hours and 25 minutes or so. We do see the glow from the top. That is pretty awesome. The weather conditions there aren't the greatest at times, and of course that is a sizable mountain, and it makes it tough sometimes to see past the cloud work that happens to go by. We know it's got two definite paths coming off of it, and that is what we're seeing. Not bad, and I did have a couple of photos that were screenshots that were a little bit better, and we will show those here in a second, and we'll do the first screenshot. That gives you a much better idea of what it looked like, and I wish the camera quality was like that. That would be awesome. And that is a pretty nice picture, and the other one that we've got is this one, and that is a little bit closer up, and of course that is Mayon, and that is from early this morning. So pretty nice, and I like that. That is pretty cool. And we thank Arizona Snowman for getting those two shots over to us. So I do like it. Much better after I'm blocked at Nightbot. Oh, Nightbot is okay. Nightbot. No, Nightbot is. Don't encourage people to block Nightbot. He's fun. It's just a tool. You got to remember that. A Nightbot is not a real person. It's a script, and we like that. It looks like a Christmas tree. Yep, actually it does in a way. You got a good point there, Sue, and we like that. I saw several at the thrift store the other day. Uh-oh. Anyway, oh boy, I hope they're not setting up for Christmas already. Let's wait till the 4th of July is over. How about that? Maybe even wait till Halloween is over. Anyway, 5 minutes until you know what. Okay, thank you, Tom and Pepper. That is awesome. Nightbot is half a wabbit and half quackers. Ow, boy. Oh, boy. Quackers. That is, yeah, I guess. Crazy, crazy. Anyway, let's drop those photos and we'll get that off the screen. This is the live shot right now, unfortunately. Not the best view, and, with the clouds. Actually, I think it explains it best when we go back to the daytime shot, and that is kind of what we're seeing there. That cloud stuff in the way makes it look pretty bad. We do see the primary straight down canyon here, and then the other one on the other side. That's really good to be able to see during the day, but most of the action, of course, takes place up top here. And that is what we've got. Let's take a quick peek at Taal, and we'll see if Taal is live. I think I need to refresh that one just to make sure. No, Taal is not live, so we'll leave that one be. And we do have a report from a different volcano that is come into the news as well. And that's, and I'm probably going to butcher the name, but Lokon, or is it Lokon Empang? Lokon Empang volcano. And it is in the northern, what is it? Sulawesi area of Indonesia. Increased gas emissions. And interesting to see. We're going to have to find out where that guy is on the volcano map, but they are showing some perhaps older lava flows here. I'm not sure exactly what it is. They say hazardous map of Lokon, and that is by PVMBG. So that's what they've got showing there. Don't go into the pink area, you'll be in trouble. And the red area is where the lava will be eventually. Anyway, what is it? PVMBG Volcano Observatory reported elevated gas and steam emissions from the Tampaluan crater on 13th of June. A little slow in getting the news to us, but nonetheless, a southerly drifting a white plume rose about 400 meters above the crater, following an increase in seismic activity in the form of a continuous tremor with a maximum amplitude of 1 to 25 millimeters between 1835 and 2100 local time. Seismic records registered 12 quakes in total, and white steam and gas emissions of variable density rose to a height of above 500 meters and drifted northwest and south. Did they forget east? Oh, darn it. During the 14th to 20th of June. The likelihood of a sudden phreatic and or pre-magmatic eruptions remains in place, and it is not ruled out. So Interesting to see that, but that is the little map that they put out of the danger zone. Don't go in there. You're gonna get hurt. This is a different volcano. I don't know what that shot is, but I wish I would have been able to use it. I like that. I wonder where that is. It says eruption from the central vent and streaming from the other vents. Tom Pfeiffer is the photographer on that one. Cool. And the next one here, strong volcanic eruption at Colima volcano in with a volcanic lightning. And Tom Pfeiffer also took that photo, and that is pretty awesome. And 183 days till Christmas. Wow. Till Santa Claus. Well, he didn't bring me nothing last year, so I don't know. That's Santa. I'm not gonna leave cookies for him this year. The darn magpies ate them afterwards because he didn't show up. Anyway, let's leave that alone. Gonna put that back on here so I know where it is, and we're going to go take a break. So after the break, we will take a look at a few other volcanoes that are still on our list of volcanoes to see, like Stromboli maybe, and we'll try to take a look at Stromboli and Etna and Japan. It is time for a break now, though. Let's put you back on canned lava. And of course, that is archived lava from Helima Umaru crater in Kilauea. All I got from the big guy was some wet coal. Boy, oh boy. Tom, and that means you couldn't even use it for a barbecue or heating your house. Darn it! I hate when that happens. All right, I'll be back. Keep smiling. Here comes some music. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from, I guess, Dennis with the microphones on there. And Sue, thank you. Mars, and what? A wonky donkey saying, welcome back, a maker of the Nightbot, a master of a stream. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Kananaskis Country, thank you, and John and JB as well, and Kevin Williams, and Susie, and Henry, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. And all right, and now just to Dennis, I want to approach you very kindly here, just so you understand that Nightbot. Every time you type Nightbot, of course you're triggering it. Okay, and that is number one. So if you have it blocked, kindly don't. The other thing that you got to understand is there are multiple links in there. The weather is incorporated into that. There are some other antics that are thrown in as well to have a little fun. But I mean, you can leave it blocked, that's up to you. But if you have it blocked, kindly don't trigger it. Don't type Nightbot, don't type bot, okay? That would really be cool. Otherwise, if you continue to do that and trigger it all the time for no purpose, we'll start timing you out, all right? And I'm pretty serious about that, because that is set up and it's designed to be a helpful instrument. It is a script, we know that. It is my script. Well, Nightbot is a script that you can get, but it is designed to help out and give all kinds of different links that people can't remember. And it's there to be a help, not a hindrance. And I'm sorry if you don't like it, but unfortunately, we're not going to make it go away. Put it that way. It is too useful for what we use it for. Anyway, let's leave that wonderful lava be, and we will go over to our next volcano we want to look at, and that is actually Shivelish. Since we can't see too much, we'll just have a quick peruse and see. Well, the picture might be better than yesterday's, but still not the greatest. We do know that the caldera is sitting in the middle here. You can see that plume coming off of it, the crater walls, and very smoky or cloudy there, if you will. And that is kind of what we got. The next shot, of course, being a little bit further away, and we do see that same plume there, but we also see this side plume in the back here is still continuing. So definitely has more than one vent at Shivelish, and that is something that we need to be aware of. So we'll make that one smaller. This is the long range shot. Of course, harder to tell what's going on there. You do see the little plume there, though, as well as the main smoke, steam, gas, slash condensation, and other cloud material coming off of it. So that is pretty cool. Let's make that one smaller. Just wanted to look at the other shots from Alaska. Nothing up there. This is the Great Sitkans. So Pavlov and the Great Sitkans are not visible because of bad clouds. Let's refresh this one and see if there is any new effects from, oh, this is taking too long. All right, it's not working. All right, well, that's waiting, doing its thing. Let's go take a look at a different page. And this is the report on Shivelish up in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Continuing thermal anomalies indicates activity or actively growing a new lava dome. And we know it's growing that dome. If we look in that picture, and you can see right around here, there's that a new dome forming. And we do see some colored lava in here, a couple of spots. And I'm wondering what's going on, if it is going to continue to grow. Of course, you can see the walls of the old lava dome caldera there, and that all got blasted out during that last eruption. Yep, a little bit of bacon, and this is of course from Sentinel 2, and that was from the 23rd, so that is a recent shot. It says a strong heat anomaly detected in the old Karen, whatever it's called there, and the new egg-like shape, a young chivalrous lava dome, and you can see that right there with the red dots on it. So pretty cool, and we like it. Anyway, let's see, any other shots there? No, it just shows you where it's located on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and very interesting, and I have no idea where this lighthouse is. Oh, hang on. What's it say there? The famous lighthouse at Anjar, where the tsunami after the historic eruption of Krakatoa destroyed the older lighthouse. Tobias Shore is the photographer for that. Neat looking lighthouse, very tall, awesome. Let's leave that be though. So it says here the intrusive eruption at the volcano continues. New lava dome dubbed Young Chivalrous continues to grow within the pre-eruption extrusive Karen dome crater that was partially destroyed by the massive explosion on the 11th of April, and forms a dome in the dome area. So pretty awesome. The new lava dome growth appears to ooze out as erupted viscous lava, giving a smooth egg-like shape that is visible in the latest Sentinel-2 satellite imagery. A thermal anomaly is also being detected in the area of the dome, and presumably associated with the new lava dome growth. Both areas are accompanied by continuous strong gas emissions. So that is pretty awesome. Looking at that once more, you can see the egg there, and young chivalrous is being grown. It is an egg, and once it gets big enough to fill the whole area, it'll pop too, and we'll see what happens. Let's leave that one be. Looking at our air segments are currently no segments are currently affected by eggs or anything else, so we're all good there. Let's go to our next volcano. Actually, let me just double check and see if it's even doing anything, or if we have a stream. And no, it's black and nothing happening there. Let's go to our next one. We're going to go to Italy, and we'll see what we have there at Sicily, actually. And we'll go back about 3.5 hours or so, and there you can see what's going on. Mount Etna. We definitely see quite a bit of smoke coming from the top vent, and very difficult to tell if there is secondary smoke in the background there. Let's back that up a little bit and see if we can maybe decipher if there is stuff coming from the southeast crater as well. And actually it does look like it, because this plume is kind of heading upward, and we do see another plume rising from the back. So the southeast is definitely, the southeast crater is definitely active. Anyway, it didn't last long for visibility there though. They did have clouds there earlier, and you can see them moved in at 1938 is when the clouds started. So that is what's happening at our wonderful Mount Etna. Earlier in the day it was more like this. So not a good visibility, or maybe like this, where they were getting some rain showers perhaps, or even a yuckier like this. So all awesome though. Let's put that back on live. We'll make that smaller. Quick peek at the chart for Etna, and we are still seeing it ride the line, just above the line in a lot of places. So hoping that we're going to see that move up further, and that is what we need here, is for it to start really kicking up, to be able to see a decent eruption happening there at Mount Etna. All right, let's go over to our next port of call, and that will be Japan. And looks like the ice cream boat is in. We will go find that shot and make it bigger. A little bit eerie looking. I don't know if it's a good day for ice cream. We have fog down on the water level, and then it looks like we have a little bit of a clear area, and then definitely some yucky clouds up there again. So hopefully that is not so bad. I don't have to work today, so I can get in trouble. You're doing a good job there, Dennis. And let's go to the next shot. Of course, this is the close-up, as they call it. And it's very difficult to really discern anything happening from the cone itself because of the cloud work in place. If we get back just before the nighttime hours were, again, still very poor, and during the night, visibility again was just absolutely bad, so unable to really make out anything that was happening at our wonderful Sakurajima, and that is, of course, in Japan, just across from Kagoshima City. And let's make that one smaller, and we'll look at this one again. So yeah, very foggy looking. Not going to bother with the close-up. Let's go to the next one. That'll be ASO, and ASO may have that same problem we've had with our wonderful Kagoshima one. And let's see if we can spot it in here anywhere. I don't think we can. Nope, the clouds are just a nuisance. And that's what we're seeing moving across there. Lots of cloud work, and unfortunately I don't believe we're going to be able to see anything, and I'm still scanning back and forth here trying to see if there was a momentary lapse, and we don't see it. Nope, so no report for ASO today, but typically you would see it off-gassing in the background here, and that is it. Let's go over to the next one, and likely the same story there. And this is Asama. Asama, about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, and again we're not seeing anything but cloud. They did have that bad weather in there, so not surprising me whatsoever to see that. We'll make that a little smaller as well. So we'll leave it on the ice cream boat here for a minute or two, and I will go through the volcano report, and let's see. Okay, yeah, we'll show that in a few seconds here. Let me see if I can do something with that, Tom. I got those photos. I'm going to save them real quick. I just gotta make sure I know where I'm saving them. XX, and then a boat one. There we go, and let's do that. XX, boat 2. There we go. All right, I saved those. Tom, I'll see if I can get those on there for you in a few minutes. And we will continue on here. Let's see, what do we want to do? We want to go read that volcano report. So for today, well, actually, this is for yesterday, late Saturday evening's volcanic activity. 7 volcanoes that were doing their thing. Sabancaya in Peru, a strong puff of volcanic ash to 25,000 feet, 7,600 meters, reported at 1,700. And then Ubanas in Peru as well, puff emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 2030. Sangay in Ecuador, a minor volcanic ash observed to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 2045. Reventador in Ecuador, a new volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 2215. Mayon in Luzon Island in the Philippines, and that is eruption to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters at 2245. Dakono on Halmahera Island in Indonesia, and that is a continuous volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 2,300. And Ibu also there, Dakona's neighbor, and that is also on Halmahera Island in Indonesia. And this Ibu was being discreet, but he had a volcanic ash to 6,000 feet, letting Dakono beat him by 1,000 feet. And that, of course, was 1,800 meters. It came in at 2315. Sunday's activity, we have 10 volcanoes on the list. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, and they had the Havana report received at 2,200 or 22,000 feet. In other words, watching the ash and the gases. 6,700 meters and reported at 1:45 a.m. And Havana again is a volcanic observatory and notice for aviation. Sabancaya in Peru, sporadic emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 5 a.m. Suwanoshi-jima in Japan reported erupted to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 6:45. Ubanas in Peru, unable to detect, report at 8:30. Okay. Sangay in Ecuador, also a bad weather, and at 8:30 couldn't see it. Mayon and Luzon Island, Philippines again, eruption, volcanic ash at cloud unknown height, reported at 8:45 a.m. And Reventador in Ecuador, they must all have bad weather there. A volcanic ash not observable in satellite imagery, reported at 10 a.m. And then we already seen the separate report for Lokon Empang, and that, of course, in Indonesia we seen that report. Shivlash on the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, and we have seen that report as well from 1506, so that's all good. And Fuego in Guatemala, sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 1,600. And that is our volcano report for today. Thank you, Sue. We do have a couple minutes here, so I was just kind of looking for the other report there, that it's the weekly report, and I guess this is from the Smithsonian, and they have a few things that they put on there. Let's see, did somebody pop in here? Thanks for the 5-minute warning. Sue is saying a welcome back, or a welcome, sorry, a welcome, Doc. Okay, got it. Sorry, Sue. Not to worry. Anyway, let's see. They have pretty much the same things going on there for their weekly report here, but we'll just go over a couple of them. And here's the Smithsonian / USGS weekly continuing volcano activity on other volcanoes. And they talked about Taal, Luzon Island, Philippines. Is that right? Yeah, it is. It says low level unrest, elevated seismicity, upwelling in lake and sulfur dioxide. So that's interesting, and that, of course, is from June 13th to 20th. Subanoshijima says a total of 526 quakes, 26 explosions, and 18 eruptive events reported by seismic monitoring. And again, same time period. Stromboli, Aeolian Island there in Italy. Ongoing Strombolian activity, explosions, and 3 to 7 per hour ejected lava bombs, and the pili mixed with ash up to 150 meters above the vent. So that is pretty cool. And it is time for a break. So we'll leave the rest of it alone for now. There's a few of them. Anyway, it gives you some idea of what the Smithsonian puts out. And that is all good. And thank you. The ice cream boat is leaving, by the way, for those who didn't notice. Thank you, Sue, for that as well. Back to the archived lava footage. And this is Helemalumo crater, of course, there in Kilauea in Hawaii, the big island of Hawaii. And here's some music for those good people who have not yet hit that like button. Please help us out and hit the like button. Even the duck wants you to do that. Anyway, that would be cool. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to take a break of 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Here comes some music. Keep smiling. And there we go, the microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and John and Mars and Mona Alfano saying hi or waving oink oink. And thanks to who else? JB and Sue is still here. You and DrFox2000. Okay. All right. I'm just kind of wondering. I seen my studio screen here buffering for some reason. Bit rates are jumping up and down a little bit. Thank you, Hermione and Fluffy as well. I hope the stream is holding steady. Anyway, let's get over to our earthquake map and we'll see what's going on there. Going to pause our lovely canned lava. There we go. And no buffering here yet. Awesome, Sue. Okay, let's get over and see Doc arrives from the Disco Duck deck. A Disco Duck. Boy, that is... Oh boy. The duck had something to say about that, obviously. Anyway, let's take a look and see what we've got shaking around the planet. Obviously, we can see up top here in the Aleutian Islands and the Kamchatka Peninsula. It doesn't look like anything new up there. And then we go zooming in a little bit and looking for trouble. I mean, quakes. And not quackers, okay? Get that right, Duck. Don't. It's not a quacker issue. No. Anyway, let's look down the coast here, and not seeing anything really big popping up. We do see some quakes in here. Actually, I wanted to zoom in a little bit. I noticed that this area here has got a few more quakes, so things are on the move again. The troublesome area that I worry about is we have very, very few quakes in here. And when we don't see those, there's always pressure buildup from the Wanda Fuca plate pushing in. And I don't know if you want to call it lots of quakes here, but that is not that many. And we'll see what happens. A lot of these, if you see diamonds on here, those are explosions that are happening. So somebody's blowing things up. The round ones, of course, are the quakes. Not seeing too much there. We're going to continue and slide on down the coast to Central America. We see this one 4.5 off the coast of Nicaragua from yesterday at 1654. 35 kilometers down. I don't see anything else there that is really vital. And looking at this one in Peru, that is a 4.3 from yesterday at 1935, 59.6 clicks down. Next one is this one, 4.9. Also in Peruvian waters, 726 this morning, 26.7 kilometers down. This one is in Chile. 4.1 yesterday's at 23:21, 114.1 kilometers down. This one is from Chile / Bolivia border region. 4.3 from 2:16 a.m., 103.2 clicks down. And here we got two stacked up. This one is in Chile, and that's actually the border region as well. Anyway. That is a 4.3 from 1540, 147.9 kilometers down. Then the other one right beside it is a 4.8, and they also call that a Chile, and that is a 5:34 a.m., 132 clicks down for that one. So a little bit of activity there in Chile, and we are not seeing anything out here at the South Sandwich Island region. Not seeing anything over in the middle of region there near Easter Island or anything like that. We do show a quake here in New Zealand, and that's a 2.7, and I'm surprised that got on the map. and that came in at 2:54 a.m. And that was 21.8 kilometers down. Now, distance, this is Ruapehu over here, so that's quite a distance away from it. And not knowing what's going on, if there was some other ones, we'll maybe have a look at the other map. Give me a second here. I'm going to refresh this one real quick, and we'll see if we can find something else going on there in New Zealand. Okay, well, they've got some of the older ones showing, and yeah, it looks like that one, they're calling it a 3 on here, and that is okay. And then of course the other quakes, that was from the 25th as well, 9:51 UTC, 46 kilometers down for that 3.3. And this one happened today as well, and that was from 3:15 a.m. UTC at 229 kilometers down. Big difference between the two. And the other one is from 3.4. This first one here, that's out near White Isle Volcano. The other one is a little further to the, I guess, northeast. And that's actually from yesterday at 6:36 their time, UTC, or UTC time. 166 kilometers down for him. Felt earthquake 3.3 in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and that is 22 minutes ago. Interesting. Anyway, let's get back to the other map and move up here. Kermadec Ridge area, and of course Kermadec Island region is more here, but this is, they consider that part of Tonga, but that is still the Kermadec Ridge. And we see this one, 6.0 at 1:16 a.m., 7.1 kilometers down, and they call it south of Tonga. And they had a bunch of friends. 2:26 a.m., 5.4, 10 clicks down, 4.7. That's actually yesterday's 22:01, 10 kilometers down. This one is 4.9 from yesterday at 21:06, 10 kilometers down. This 5.4, yesterday's as well at 18:58. 10 kilometers down, and this one is a 4.7 from today at 5:25 a.m., 25.1 kilometers down. And that is kind of it for on the Kermadec Ridge area. We're going to check that SO2 map again, see if there's more plumes coming from that area. This one here, 4.7, they call it the Fiji area, and that is from 5:37 a.m., 505.9 kilometers down for that. Moving on, we see up here at the Vanuatu has 4.6 and 9:58 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that guy, and that's up in the northern islands of Vanuatu. This one will be in Solomon Island region, 5.0, 9:30 a.m., or our time anyway, 87.3 kilometers down for him. Next one is over here in Papua New Guinea. There's actually a whole stack of them now, but that one is 4.5 from yesterday at 22:31, 97.1 kilometers down. Moving on a little bit more, we see this one in between Australia and Indonesia. This one is out in the waters. It's a 4.1, and south of Timor. And that happened yesterday at 23:22, 10 kilometers down for him. Next one is over here, and not too far away from Semeru, and that is a 4.3 from 17:59 yesterday, 154.3 kilometers down for that guy. And not seeing anything else there. Let's go up to the Japanese islands and see what we got up here. Izu Islands of Japan region, 5.3 from yesterday at 1917, 10 kilometers down. The next one is 4.6, same region, and that is from 2024 at 10 kilometers down as well. And of course, we didn't see anything else further north into the Kamchatka area at all. So let's just zoom out for a second What did I say yesterday? That we'll likely have another quake here. I see that. Because of this quake, we know there's pressure put on the Owen fracture zone in here, and that always puts pressure up onto the Arabian microplate, and we see the result right there. 4.2, and that is in southern Iran, came in at 12:48. 10 kilometers down. Sophie, welcome. Glad to have you on board. The other one here is in Afghanistan. 4.4, 9:50 is the time, and 58 kilometers down for that one. Not seeing anything new on this map there for our Turkey area, which is probably good, and don't mind that. And let's see how big the little tiny red dot is here. 2.7 in Puerto Rico from 1610, 7 kilometers down. The other one beside it there, 3.2 also on Puerto Rico region. There's a bunch of more of the little ones. We know that always continues shaking there. So we'll leave that guy be. Let's go over to Hawaii and see what we've got cooking there. So Hawaii, interesting stuff. Well, let's start out with these ones just beyond the Loihi Seamound. We got a 2.1 from 8:38 a.m., 7.2 kilometers below sea level. And this one is another 2.7 from 11:17, also 7 kilometers down. And if we take a look at the ocean floor view, and Loihi Seamound is technically right here. So this is another caldera that did open up at one point in time. I don't know if there's a separate name for it, or if this is Loihi. So either or, that's still all part of that same system, and very interesting to see that. Let's go grab some of these other ones, not that many, so we can run through them. Pahala region, a 1.7 from 9:44 a.m., 29.3 clicks down for him. This one closest to the town of Pahala, 1.9, 1:22 a.m., 31.1 kilometers down. The other one over here is a 1.8 from 2:11 a.m. And you can always take 3 hours off there to get actual Hawaii time off of my times. And that one is from 28.7 kilometers down for that. And then I do see this one up on top of Mauna Loa, and that is a 2.4 from 11:37, 10.3 kilometers down. And this one here is a 1.8, and that is not so far away from Kilauea. I don't know if that's going to help us any to get another eruption going. Anyway, that was from 14:50, or if you go 11:50 a.m. Hawaii time, 28 kilometers down. Too deep to be anything up in here. If it was a kilometer or 2 kilometers down, I'd be a little worried. Maybe a kilometer down would be some trouble, but being 28 clicks down, that's quite a long distance, so I'm not going to worry about that. That's it for our Hawaiian quakes today, and nothing too tremendous or scary happening there, and we'll leave that for right now. Unrest at Katla, yes, Sophie, we already know that. We went through those quakes and had a look. A lot of ice movement there at Katla. Let's take a look at I'm going to refresh this. This will be the Canary Islands. We'll see if there's anything new happening there. Can't see those quakes above. Oh, yeah, we wanted to do that. Let's go back to the other map for a second. And yeah, there was some quakes up here. We can get to them on this one, and I forgot all about those. There's our mid-Atlantic ridge, of course, okay, and the map, because this is a flat map on showing a round globe, they had to cut off somewhere, so not 100% accurate, but near the North Pole there's actually 3 quakes out there, and we've got a 4.8, and north of southern Naya, what is it, Zamaya, oh boy, what a name. Anyway, way up north there, and almost at the North Pole. Very close. Anyway, 4.8 happened at 10:46 today, UTC, and that is 10 kilometers down for that one. Next one in the middle is a 4.5 from 10:53, 10 kilometers down, and the other one is a 4.4 up there, and that is also 10 kilometers down. Came in actually yesterday. That's an older one from 2053. So that's what we're seeing there. North Pole quakes, yep, very close. Santa Claus is doing some dynamite fishing, and he's using rather large charges. That's what's going on. At least that's the story, and I'm sticking to it. I'm kidding. I have no idea. That is a part of our mid-Atlantic ridge, of course. Red Rover, ascend Mia right over. Okay. Anyway, if we look at the other map, you can kind of see them up at the top here, but it doesn't allow you to do anything with it. When you click on it, it moves. But there's your mid-Atlantic ridge, and again, because we're looking at a 2D map of a 3D surface, they did cut it off there, and that is fairly far north. And of course, the other side here goes back down. This is the North American plate still, and of course that is the Eurasian plate, and you can see that going through there. So pretty cool, and I kind of like that, but I don't know if that is actually a Santa Claus doing a dynamite fishing. Anyway, we'll leave that be. Let's see what else we can get into here. Trouble. There's some subterranean supervolcano called Gekkel. Volcano. Yeah, there are actually, there's a bunch of supervolcanoes that you have to be careful of. Like a whole bunch of them. That's something we don't need on this planet right now, is a supervolcano to blow its top. And it doesn't matter if it's the Eiffel in Germany, whether it's Yellowstone, or this Gekkel, or any of the other ones that are out there. And there are a few super volcanoes out there. Pinatubo, Krakatoa, or Krakatoa, were considered to be very, very large. So these things are something that you want to consider, and they're quackers. If we have one go off, life will change, okay? That's the problem. Life will change on this planet. So keep your fingers crossed that we don't have a super volcano. We don't mind having some strong eruptions here and there, but we don't want a super volcano. Trust me on that. Like I said, it's a life changing, and maybe a life ending, depending on how bad it is. So that's something to consider. Anyway, and that is our earthquakes for today. Sue says it's very old, but unique because it's subterranean and on the end of the mid-Atlantic ridge. And that is always interesting when you are on a transverse fault. You always have the chance of enough pressure being underneath there to raise it up and create more problems, pushing the plates apart, generating more tectonic movement, i.e. earthquakes all over the place. And we all know Newton's law: you push in one spot, you have an opposite but equal reaction in another place. So if we get one up there, that could affect everything around the planet as far as the way the plates are moving. And it's always a little bit on the scary side. And super volcanoes, the thing is, a lot of people kind of say, well, it'll only last a little while. Yeah, it'll last, depending on how big it is, it'll last a bunch of years and make the end of a life for humanity if you're not prepared. Anyway, yeah, is the Earth in the same size? What? All the time? Is the Earth in the same size all the time? No, the Earth is actually growing every year. Believe it or not, the Earth is growing. They estimate about 10 to 20,000 tons of space debris, i.e. meteors and space dust, hit us, and the planet is actually physically growing in size. Mind you, we've countered that with a little bit of industrial stuff by sending rockets out into space, removing some of that weight once again. So it's kind of par for the course. We'll see. Anyway, let's take a look at our SO2 map. We'll get it started anyway. We'll take a look here at the Kamchatka Peninsula, so we know up here is where Shivalish is located, and then we got Klayashevskoy, as well as Bezimiany, and then Korinsky down here. And then we go down here, and we do know that Ibico is still working away. Still haven't seen anything over here, and I'm wondering if there is something else on the Kuril Islands that might be off-gassing or erupting. But that is the Kamchatka and Kuril Island region, and it gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on there. Quick peek at Hawaii. Looks like it's simmered down a bunch. The SO2 level definitely decreased from what we were seeing, and we do still see that plume. It will take some time for Mother Nature to wash that out of the air. What I was talking about earlier here with, we do still have that very heavy circulation here, so there's rain and all kinds of stuff happening in on the Kermadec Ridge area where those other quakes were. So if there was SO2 coming out, it may be getting washed out of the air very quickly if it's lower levels, and we are not seeing anything come off of the other side here where Easter Island was kind of pluming. Looks like Canada, the north, and Alaska not bad. We do see most of the western portions of Canada are okay till we get out here into Quebec. We know there's still forest fires going there, and some of those smoke plumes are going down through Quebec City, as well as the St. Lawrence Seaway, and all the way into Labrador over on the eastern side. It looks like Nova Scotia is still clear though, as well as Newfoundland. It is break time. I'm going to go take a break. We will come back after the break and have a look at the US and points further south. So we'll do that. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop now. This is your chance. And also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel as of yet, consider subscribing if you feel that we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Here comes some music. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and John and JB and Hermione and Fluffy and Sophie. And I think we got y'all. Let's stop that wonderful lava. Maybe download it as my ringtone. Oh, okay. You could probably do that. Yay, Sophie. It says, yay, Doc. All right. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And she forgot to put the at the end. Okay. That is okay. That must have been really interesting to see. Yeah, it would have been on a fancy boat like that. And I'm just curious, Tom, how many people does it take to row that thing? How many slaves did they need? I guess it's what it is. Awesome looking Viking boats, and thanks for sharing those. Let's get back over to our SO2 map, and we'll continue on with where we left off. We did Canada. Let's have a look at the United States. Looks like a majority of the western portions from, I guess about Wisconsin on west is not bad, with the exception down below here in parts of Arizona and New Mexico and Texas and going through some of those states, Oklahoma and Arkansas and Louisiana, and it's now getting a little further into Mississippi as well, and perhaps even into Alabama and Georgia. So that is that mess from down here from Popocatépetl. They need some really good rain showers to wash all that stuff away. eastern part and northeastern portion of the U.S. Not that bad as far as SO2 levels. Looks pretty normal for what we usually see. So I'm not going to worry about that. Looking at Mexico, though, we see there's a circulation here. This is drawing that further out into the Pacific, and they haven't had any rain there to wash it out. That's what they need, is some rain showers to help wash that away. Hopefully that'll happen soon. Central America not looking very bad at all. We do see the regular stuff coming from Nicaragua, as well as there in whatchamacallit there, Guatemala, and what's the other one? El Salvador. And down here in our wonderful Costa Rica, and then we see Nevado del Ruiz here in Colombia is going a little further north rather than out into the Pacific, but that is okay. Now I'm a little confused with a couple things here. Let's continue down the coast. We do have some volcanoes doing their thing. Sabancaya is putting out a little bit more, and then of course we have more happening down here in Chile, and that is pretty normal. Okay, what is kind of not normal is seeing this. We know it's been dry for a few days in the areas here and the Amazon, as well as over here in the eastern portions of Brazil, are these forest fires. And that is something that I am wondering is if that's what's going on. That's the only explanation that I've got. They are burning the rainforest in Brazil. Yep, that could very well be what's going on with all the drier conditions, because we know this area specifically has been very dry. They haven't seen rain or heavy rains for a month or two. We know this area, of course, in the Amazon itself, definitely is a little bit on the wetter side, but you know, when we see the rain being up in the northern portions only, this stuff dries out very quickly. The fires in the Amazon are really bad news. Yep, that is not a good news. And you know, I do want to make a comment there, like what they used to do in a lot of these places to clear for agricultural land. They used to basically slash and burn, and slash and burn does that, and hopefully that's not what they're doing, chopping down more of that rainforest. Let's carry on though. We are not seeing too much from a White Isle volcano. It is pluming off a little bit, and pretty normal, I guess. Not much coming from the refineries near Melbourne. We do still see the stuff coming from the coking plants a little bit further north here as well. That might be industrial stuff. Still seeing a fair plume coming from Tofua up here in Tonga. And we'll see what's going on here. Something is not right. Looks like Yasur's plume has moved up a little bit, and we are still seeing some off-gassing from that, as well as Gawa and Aoba doing their thing up there in Vanuatu. And if you look at that circulation, it definitely is pushing that stuff from Yasur to the north. And looking at what we see in Papua New Guinea, pretty normal. And then the Philippines again, or sorry, Indonesia, I mean, we see Luotolak doing its thing. We've got Semeru creating that plume. And of course, this is Merapi's plume. And just to throw that in, there's a lot of heavy population in those areas as well, including Jakarta. You can see how much of a plume that is. And then we see in a little bit of additional stuff here from Krakatau, and that is what we are seeing for SO2 on Java, moving up. And we got what is it, a currency and Mararapi creating this one, and then Cinnabung creating a lot of this plume here. Moving over a little bit, we see Ibu and Dakono. We know they're active. We read the reports, and one is pluming out to about 6,000 feet, the other one to 7,000 feet. But I can't remember. I think it's Ibu is being discreet about its pluming. And looking at what we've got here in the Philippines, we do have the two volcanoes there, and that would be Mayon and Bulusan. And then, of course, over here, a Taal volcano continuing to put out SO2 gas, as well as the rest of the heavy population there in the Philippines. Looks like pretty heavy there in Taiwan. China, a bunch of different spots there that are fairly heavy as well. Shanghai looks pretty bad. And zooming in here, we do see a plume coming from Suwa-no-Shijima, but not that heavy. And Sakurajima, definitely a lot heavier, and we can see that there. And not quite as much coming from ASO as what we had yesterday. It is still putting out a significant amount of SO2 though. Moving over though, we see here off of, there's a Tokyo. It has its own plume, of course, because of population density, but then we see this one over here, and that is coming from Asama. So Asama has been busy, and we've covered the Kamchatka Peninsula. We'll leave that alone, and it looks like China and Russia are competing with some of that heavy SO2 there. Not looking quite as bad in India, and it looks like because of this circulation here, maybe a lot of rain coming down, washing a lot of that SO2 out of the air. And looking over here in our southern portions, or well, South Africa, the smelting plant for the ore is still producing a heck of a lot of gases. And then Democratic Republic of the Congo, or they're still, they got, what is it? Nyagura Jima, no, Naya, oh boy, I did it again. I messed those two up. Goma 1 and 2 are continuing to do their thing. Naira Gongo and Nyagura Jima. There we go. Thank you, Sue. Saying those without having them written down in front of me is tough. Anyway, we see here, well, we don't see Ertael because of the mess that's being brought over from our wonderful Saudi Arabia. And of course we see they have the oil refineries going in several places. Kuwait also has one, several over here in Iraq, and a bunch in Iran. So that's what those spots are all about. Looking at what we see here, most of this is coming from Mount Etna. We do see though that Stromboli is producing some gas there as well, and likely some off-gassing from a volcano still in there as well. Looks like Spain and France and Portugal, those places looking pretty nice. Most of Italy is not bad. Germany pretty much okay. Looks like a little bit heavier there in east or western Germany and going into Holland, but Belgium is looking pretty good, as well as Poland, and of course looking clean up in Denmark, and not bad for Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Looks like a little bit of SO2 coming from London and those areas. Looks like Wales is pretty clear. Moving up a little bit, we see fairly clear up in Scotland, and then of course Ireland doing very well. And seeing the circulations here, I'm kind of wondering why that is moved south, but that's usually from some the what's it called? That aluminum smelter. That's what I'm looking for. So that is what's happening there. Who's leaving? John. John, good night, John, if you're leaving. And take care. And remember, tomorrow's stream is on later. So-called lungs of the world. When I was a kid. Lungs of the world. Yeah, are a wonderful rainforest. We're lucky here in Canada that we've got some rainforests as well, although it is over here. And that is this region, even the United States, the panhandle of Alaska, as well as the Queen Charlotte Islands, and a lot of that coastal area is a very, very large rainforest area, and it does really well at clearing out a lot of that bad stuff. Anyway, let's leave that one be. Let's take a peek at our weather map, whether we like it or not, and we will have a look. And let's start out here with Alaska, seeing temperatures up to 27 degrees. Wow, that's absolutely awesome. And we see it's pretty much warm all the way in the top areas. The cold stuff is down here in the mountainous regions, but yep, and this is pretty awesome to see up to 27 degrees, and that may not be a record for them, but it is definitely a lot warmer. Looks like the Yukon too, up to 30 degrees in some spots. Wow, and that is incredible. And the same thing goes for the Mackenzie River Valley here. We're seeing up to 30 degrees in some spots. That is absolutely awesome. Those buzzflies up there must be enjoying that and turning large. If you've never seen a buzzfly, take out well, I'd say a quarter, and a larger buzzfly is about the size of a quarter if you have one in North America anyway, and that's about the size of a buzzfly. And when they're bigger, that is pretty bad. Anyway, looking pretty good there in the Northwest Territories and the Yukon, and we also see some higher temperatures in the interior of British Columbia here, up to about 26, 27 in a couple spots. Vancouver doing really well today, looking at about 22, 23. Over on the island for Bob, possibly about the same, maybe even a little warmer there with 24, 25 in a couple places. We do know down here, Osoyoos coming in at about 29 degrees. That is, of course, a desert area in there. That's a valley. If you look at the squiggly roads here, that's coming off of the mountain on this side, and you get down into the valley. So that valley floor is very, very hot. You do see some 30-degree temperatures. There's some good campsites over on this side, and yeah, it is warm. And then, of course, going up through the Okanagan here, there's Kelowna sitting at 28 degrees, Vernon at 26, Penticton at about 25. Some really awesome temperatures. Getting over Lethbridge only 19 today, and looks like Medicine Hat got the 28 over there. Let's go peek at Calgary at 21 degrees. Edmonton coming in at about 21. Looks like Saskatoon is roasting at 28. Regina 28 as well. And then where is that? Oop, I zoomed in too far. Swift Current 27 degrees for there for Kananaskis country. And then we got 26 in Winterpeg, and looks like 25 to about 28 in the regions down south there for Judy M. We do see this cold plume infiltrating here, and I don't know how that is happening. but that is coming off of the Hudson's Bay. Looks like Ontario, northern portions are not bad with the exception of that area up there. And we are seeing about 25 in Toronto right now. London, Ontario coming in at about 27, Detroit 28, and of course there's about 22, 23 in Chicago, Milwaukee about 20, 21 degrees. Further inland, a little bit warmer, and the further south you go, it's a warmer. Cleveland 28. Wow, that is awesome. Buffalo sitting at 30. Anyway, let's go up. Montreal 23 degrees, and we see about 24 in Quebec City. St. Lawrence Seaway area looks like it's warming up really nice, and not bad temperatures there in New Brunswick with up to about 24 degrees. Halifax coming in at about 20, and Cole Harbour at 21 degrees. Wow, Sue is just basking in the sunshine. And St. John's out here is 14, Avalon Peninsula 13, 14, and that area, and single digits still in a lot of the places there in Newfoundland. Going up into Labrador, we see the coastal area here a little bit on the cold side, but up in the northern portions here up to 15 degrees. We see the very northern tip of Quebec being a little bit cold, but they've got some 20-degree temperatures up north there as well. Moving on, taking a look at the United States. Actually, I'm going to save the United States for after the break. Let's just peek for some really hot temperatures right now. 41 in Phoenix, according to this map. 40 in Mexicali. And let's just do a quick hunt. There's a 43 right there in Mexico. 45. There we see a 45, 46. And that is pretty hot. A couple of places with 46s. And what about on the other side here on the Baja? Not quite as warm. But yeah, that's looking pretty hot. 46 degrees in some of those places. Very warm. Ooh, 48. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to beat that over in the Sahara Desert or not. But yeah, 48 degrees right there. And that is a pretty toasty for those guys. And some more 48 right there. What about down the path here? Yep. So, so far 48 for the high on the planet. We'll see what the other side's got to offer when we come back from the break. For right now, let's leave it as that. I'm going to come back after the break. We'll go from the U.S. on downward. And I see Cindy is still out here strutting her stuff. Nice, Cindy. Where are you going to go? Anyway, we'll leave that be. Put you back on the canned lava and throw some music back on for you. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, quick, give it a bop. Snout bop, hand bop. I have no idea what you want to use to bop with. Use a hammer if you have to, but it would be nice. And on that friendly note, if you haven't subscribed, consider doing that as well. On those terms, it's a time for me to go for a break. Hermione is going to sleep. Good night, Hermione. And that'd be pretty awesome. Get some good sleep and rest well. And even the ducks said good night, Hermione. All right, I'm going for a break. Don't go away. We'll finish off the weather when we come back, and we'll go from there. the microphone is back on. Yep, out of that other noise there, that was quackers going after that pig's tail, and it grabbed it. It must have thought it was a big worm or something, and tried to, anyway, the pig didn't like it, so that's what all that squealing was about. Anyway, yeah. Thanks for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and JB, and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart, and of course we heard quackers in there as well. Quackers are doing its thing. I have no idea how to. I'm going to end up with a whole farm here if I keep going, and it's a kind of weird. Some like the seagulls around here. You know, the funny part is they call them seagulls, yet we have them here in Edmonton too. Pretty much every drive-through that you go to has its own flock. It's like they're assigned certain duties. Anyway, let's get back over to the weather map. And we did stop at looking at the United States there, so let's get into it. And let's see, 26, 27 or thereabouts. And our wonderful Portland today, well, 25 to 27. Eugene coming at about 26 as well. And Reading, of course, sitting at about 31. A little cooler there in Sacramento, San Francisco about 14. The other side is about 17. A little warmer, 68 Fahrenheit here today for a high right now. What a lovely cool weather for us, west of the San Francisco Bay in Northern California. Awesome. So yeah, you'd be over here somewhere in that region. So yeah, not bad weather. At least you're not hitting that high heat that they have in the rest of the interior. 30 there in Bakersfield. Looking at LA coming up to about 23 degrees, and that is not too bad. Mexicali sitting at 41 down here. Las Vegas 37. And we have about 40-41 degrees in Death Valley, looking at what we see there. And of course we already peaked for that high temperature and found that 48 there in Mexico. 41 right now in Phoenix. I hope Arizona Snowman is staying in his freezer. 42 there in Tucson. Okay, 41 there, 42 here. Oh, wow, that is cooking. And let's see what we got. Albuquerque is 37, and that is pretty hot there too. Some of those places are just smoking hot. 44 degrees along the border region. Very, very hot temperatures. Corpus Christi coming in about 30 right now. San Antonio 39. Houston coming in at about 35, Austin 37, and Dallas, where did Dallas go? 37, 36, 37 for Dallas. Fort Worth a little bit warmer at 38, 39. Oklahoma City coming in at about 33. Little Rock, Arkansas sitting right behind beside that cold spot. They are 35. I bet you they wish they were 23 right now. And let's see, New Orleans 35 degrees. Wow. Miami a cool 26. Get up to Orlando 29. Jacksonville 29. Atlanta is 31. And looks like Charlotte there is 30 degrees. And my weather map froze. Oh, come on, weather map, you can do it. And let's get back to it. There we go. It started again. 30 for Grandma B as well. That is awesome temperatures. Of course, the humidity is a lot higher than it is in our region, so she would really be feeling that. 24 in Virginia Beach, Washington coming in at 29. Baltimore is about 29 as well. Philadelphia, not that bad. What is it? 24, 27 in New York. That'll be hot and sweaty. 24 in Boston. And that is what we've got for the U.S. Today. Cancun sitting at about 29 degrees right now. Acapulco about 28. Mexico City anywhere from about 24 to 26 degrees. And just looking here, I wanted to see Mazatlan sitting at 29. The Baja is cooking, and of course the interior here is cooking, where we've seen temperatures up to 48 degrees. The Yucatan Peninsula, not that bad. In the jungle areas, they're up to 36 degrees. And that humidity must be a killer in there. And that goes for Guatemala's northern end as well. A jungle, I tell you, it's a jungle. Anyway, we do see this circulation here. This is, well, it wasn't the leftover from, what was it, Brett? He just completely dissipated. This is a new circulation. So we'll see what happens with that one. And we see up to 31 degrees there in the lower areas of Colombia. Out in the jungle areas, we see about, looks like 26, 20 to 28 degrees, and not so bad. Venezuela up to 31 in the lower portions there. And we are looking at, looks like 28 down to about 26 on average in the jungle stuff. Higher elevations, of course, a little bit on the higher or lower side temperatures, like in the Guianas, not so bad. And of course we see some high temps up to 30 in the central portions of Brazil. The drier areas over here, anywhere ranging from about 19 to about 28 degrees, 29 degrees for that eastern portion. Sliding down into Peru, we do see some isolated spots where it gets over the 30 degree mark, but the jungle portion for the most part 29 down to about 25. And then I'm looking at Bolivia, probably about the same from what we see, so not bad. Paraguay, slightly cooler, 27 is about the highest, and about 21 as the lowest, which is really not a bad spread of temperatures. Looking at Rio de Janeiro, not very warm, 20 degrees. Sao Paulo is sitting at 18. Buenos Aires are coming in about 12 or 13. And we've got about 17 at Paysandú. That's not bad for winter weather. And we see up to about 26 degrees there in the northern portions of Argentina. Down in the south, though, you are seeing minus temperatures at -2, -3 in some spots. The higher elevations down to -6 or so. And what is Santiago, Chile, coming in about 13, 14 degrees for those guys. Moving over to New Zealand real quick, taking a look at Christchurch, 14. Looks like the eastern side here is the warmer area, up to 15 degrees. Looks like the rest of it is skirting from 10 on down to about 2 degrees. Wow. That is not so nice for them. Wellington sitting at 14. Hastings coming in at 12. Top end of Taupo's lake there coming in at about 9 or 10 or 11. Sorry. And we got about 14 to 16 degrees in the Bay of Plenty. Seeing about 14 in Auckland, and the peninsula in some places 15 degrees. And taking a look at Tasmania, let's look at Hobart real quick. 9 degrees for them. Coastal areas are slightly warmer by about 2 degrees, but in the interior here, again, down to 0 in some places for Tasmania. Melbourne coming in about 12, 13 degrees. Adelaide is sitting at about 11. Canberra coming in about 5, and again we see some negative temperatures in those other areas here. So -2, the know of a -2 in Australia, that's pretty bad. Looks like Sydney sitting at a 13, Brisbane coming in at a beautiful 19 right now, Perth sitting at a 6, and we do see up here in the northern areas, we see 27 as a high so far. Don't see anything warmer, so that is for them. Looking at, we still have that low churning away here, and what is it? Hang on, I'll get it. It's not just Tonga, but it's the Kermadec Islands. That's what I was going to say. 17, 18, that type of thing. A little bit, the more north you go, the warmer it gets. So American Samoa, that kind of area, is going to see up to 27 degrees there. Tonga area, anywhere from about 20 to 27. Looks like Fiji sitting at 24, 25, and a little bit warmer in Vanuatu. Still not quite that warm there in New Caledonia. They're down to 21, 22 degrees, and that is cold for them. It's a winter time, of course. You'll be freezing, right? We do see some of the islands there looking pretty good in Papua New Guinea. We are seeing temperatures up to about 28 degrees. Oh, there's a 30 in there as well. A couple spots, I guess. Eastern Indonesia, not bad, not quite as hot as it could be. Of course, it is still very early in the morning, so these are very early morning hours. Wait a few more hours, things will heat up for them. Java coming in from anywhere about 18 to 25 degrees, and Sumatra doing about the same thing, and maybe even a little bit warmer. Yeah, no, maybe not. 26 in Singapore, Bangkok coming in about 28, thanks Sue. And seeing what we have here in Manila coming in 28, 29 degrees. Looks like the Philippine area is all about that same temperature. Hong Kong coming in about 26, and seeing what we got at Kagoshima, 25 degrees right now. Looks not bad for Japan. 24 in Tokyo, and moving on up, home of the Sapporo beer, and that is 22 degrees up there in Sapporo. And looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, let's see what we've got there, and it's still early in the morning, and we are already seeing up to 23 degrees, 24 degrees in some places. That is some awesome weather for them, and that snow will be melting, and there'll be lots of flooding going on. One of the things that you have to think about up in the northern portions where Shivelish was throwing down all that ash will make a very, very good insulator, and of course it's going to take some time to hard to pronounce names that sound like something. You're what? Chippinmanic? What? Crimpinmanic? I have no idea. What is that word, JB? What does it sound like? Anyway. It sounds like magpies. Okay, in the background. Try pronouncing what the magpies are saying. Delhi coming in at about 26. And we are seeing stuff here in Madagascar, not that warm still. 22 about the high. Bottom end here, single digits of 5-6 degrees. Not good for them. And hopefully all the lemurs and everything went north and to stay warm. I wonder if they have migrations there. When it gets cold and these animals go further north, that would be pretty cool. It's either that or they go on a vacation. South Africa looking pretty cold yet, and we do see some spots -5 degrees. Brr. and we see the south central area still very single digit kind of spots on there. As soon as you get up a little bit more into the jungle stuff, we see the temperatures getting a little bit more moderate with 24s, 25s, stuff like that. And let's have a look at the Sahara. Let's see if we can beat that 48 degrees over there in Mexico. So far, the highest I see is 38 in the Sahara Desert, and we're not seeing anything warmer. So 36 in many places, and no, I don't think so. 22, 23 there in Cairo. Let's see, and we got 38 down in the southern portions of Saudi Arabia, and looks like UAE 20, well, up to 34, and we are seeing up to about 37 degrees or 38 in Oman, and slightly cooler in Yemen. That's not that bad. Looks like really hot in Iraq. Baghdad coming in at 33, and some very hot spots there in I see up to 41 degrees there in Iran. Still doesn't beat Mexico though, so we'll consider that our hot point for today. Malaysia is 22 degrees, 23 in Adana there in Turkey. And let's take a look at the Piggy's house. Well, it says 22 there, 21 maybe, okay, and we can live with that. Thank you, Sue. Athens, Greece coming in at about 24. And looking at Radanzo, we see about 15, 16 degrees roughly. And Catania coming in at about 23. So thanks, Sue, again, and not bad looking. And we see about 23, 24 in Naples. Rome coming in at 22, and Milano sitting at 24, 25. Quick peek into Spain. Looks like they're heating up. Well, Lisbon here in Portugal, 21, 22 degrees. And Madrid coming in from 27 to 28 degrees. Not bad. Aurelio's house about 21 degrees, and we are seeing some of the wonderful temperatures in southern Spain as well, or southern France, I should say. Nantes has got about 18 degrees right now. That's pretty nice for them. 21 degrees there in Paris. Munich is sitting at 19. Nice temperatures. 21 in Frankfurt, and we see 24 in Cologne. Yvonne Kunkel's house about 21, 22 degrees. Essen is sitting at about 22, 23. Brussels coming in at 23, and looks like Luxembourg likely about 22 degrees. Amsterdam there in Holland looking at about 24 degrees right now. Awesome temperatures. We see about 21 in Berlin. Hamburg coming in at 22. Copenhagen is sitting at about 18. Aarhus is sitting about 18 as well. Oslo 16. Stockholm 17. Going over St. Petersburg about 15 or 16. And Moscow sitting at 16 degrees. Let's get back over to England and see what they've got. London is sitting at about 18 right now. Looks like a tad bit cooler over here in Wales, but not by much. Leeds coming in at about 15, going up to Glasgow, 14 degrees there. Aberdeen coming in at 14 as well. And we are seeing some of the Highlands somewhere around that 10, 11 mark. Not bad. Dublin coming in at 14. The other side for Doolin, 13 or 14 degrees as well. So beautiful weather in Ireland as well, temperature-wise anyway. And looking at Iceland, we definitely see some warmer temperatures up in the northern portion, as well as the eastern side here, up to about 12 degrees Celsius. There's a 13 in there. So not bad. Reykjavik though, down on the southwest, seeing about 8 degrees or so for Reykjavik. And that is our temperatures or weather for that. When we come back from the break, we're going to take a look at precipitation and find the cold spot on the planet. So hang in there, just a little bit more left to go. I do need to take that break. I'm going to go battle the magpies. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to take that break, going to put you back on the canned lava for right now, and that'll all be good. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, give it a shot. Help us out. The duck recommended it. And that is all good. And where are we? 86, 85 there. Pepsi not for magpies. That's right. Pepsi is not for magpies. I'm going to go, it'll rot their beaks. No? I don't know. Anyway, here's some music. Hit the like button. I'll be back. there we go. Microphone is back on. Just Icelandic and just put up a video on Katla. He put a video on Katla? Oh no, I hope it doesn't slide off the ice there, Sue. I'm kidding. It's not going to slide off. We'll have a look later. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars, and welcome back from JB. Welcome back, Dr. Fox. Okay, and that is all good. Anyway, yep, if you put something up on Katla, I'm sure it's going to slide right off. It's a pretty icy up there. Drone footage, and I think Google Earth pics. Oh, okay. That'd be cool. And glad that he's got some drone footage, and he's got that thermal cam. So did he include some thermal images, or is that part not working? I haven't actually seen any of his good thermal stuff yet. Anyway, let's see what we can do to stop this, and we will keep going with our weather, whether we like it or not. Getting back over to the precipitation map, and there we can see what's going on in Alaska. They've got some thunderstorms up in the north where it's so warm, and of course they've also that's kind of a rarity up there. I didn't see any thermal, but I didn't finish watching it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that seems to be my story lately. Trying to watch a video. Sometimes I get 1 or 2 hour long videos, and I have too many things to do to be able to sit there and watch a long video. Anyway, thunderstorms in northern portions of Alaska, we see that. Yukon is not so bad, but we do see some little thunderstorms and some rain there as well along the Mackenzie River Valley and to the west. And we do see this big circulation here, that low out here on Baffin Island, and of course that is causing some issues along the Davis Strait area and that region, looking into British Columbia and the panhandle of Alaska. A bunch of rain there. Actually not that bad for southern portions here. Looks like some rain in the interior, and then of course, yeah, I'm kind of have to wonder. I'm looking up at the blue sky. What is that? What that blue indicates? A blue sky? I wonder. Anyway, they do have a bunch of thunder boomers going on here in Alberta, but we haven't been blessed with them as of yet. And we do see some rain in isolated spots down in the southern portion of the province as well. Looks like that whole mess is also going in across the central regions of Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and going back up and out into the Hudson's Bay, where it is leaving some ice rain. Moving over a little bit more, and we might as well cover this whole area. We see around the Great Lakes, of course, some thunderstorms. Lake Superior definitely got a few places there where they've got storms. Looks like up here where Thunder Bay is, go figure, a thunderstorm, eh? And funny part was, when I lived in Thunder Bay, the rain always came down in very, very small droplets there. It's almost like you are in a mister, where it's just very, very fine drops, but there's millions of them, so you get soaked just as quickly, and they don't bounce off of your coat, they just penetrate because they're so small. Anyway, looking around the Great Lakes, Lake Michigan here, we're seeing a bunch of storms, so hopefully most of that is going to dissipate when the sun goes completely down and calms right down, and that will give everyone from Fort Wayne on up into the Canadian side here as well some reprieve. We'll see what happens. A little bit in the other northern portions of Toronto, and we might as well cover the northeastern states here as well. Isolated thunderstorms in Pennsylvania, New York, New Hampshire, Maine, and getting right up into Nova Scotia and what's that? New Brunswick. That's what I'm looking for. And looks like PEI is being spared a little bit in Quebec, and Newfoundland is getting nailed there with some of that system as well. Going a little bit further south here, seeing we're going all the way down into Arkansas. There's a separate system, and then of course the southern end of the Appalachians is getting nailed with some stuff here. Going from Alabama through Georgia and into Tennessee. Also seeing a bunch of little storms, or I don't know if they're that little, but a bunch of storms down here in Florida on the southern end, and places like Nassau and those areas as well. So hopefully that will all be okay. Looks like Cuba and let's see. Dominican Republic, no, what is it? I can't remember. Haiti on this side, and it's Dominica? No, Puerto Rico's got some rain too. I can't remember the country, the darn name. Alright, never mind. Mexico, from, well, we see southern portions of Mexico. No, Cuba is the big island. And then you've got Haiti on this side, and I can't remember what this is on here. Dominican Republic, no, or is it something like that? I can't remember. Bad brain is not working. And looking at the other places, actually I could probably see it on the other maps, but no, Puerto Rico's over here. That's Puerto Rico. What is the country called? Now it's got me bugged. And this country. This is Haiti, and this country is what I can't remember. Haiti is the line to the west. So I'll have to look on the map. Anyway, it's okay. I'm not worried about it. We'll carry on. Whoa, look at the storms happening in the central portions here. Lots and lots and lots of stormy activity happening. And Dominican Republic. I did have it right. Okay, never mind. Thanks, Mars. Yeah, that low, that is generating all kinds of activity here. Well, I don't think that low specifically is responsible for it, but I think everything just coming together for the Central American areas here doing their thing. And then of course here you can see where the rain is in northern South America, and as you can see just a little bit into our Brazil area, and the rest is in Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador, and those places, Venezuela, as well as the French Guiana, etc. So the fires, if there's fires burning out here, they're not getting any of that wonderful wetness, and in here looks pretty dry too, where the other plume was coming from. And looks like the southern portions are quite dry as well. We do see here a little bit of rain in Bolivia, but nothing in Paraguay, nothing in Uruguay, northern portions of Argentina pretty dry. And we can see where that cutoff line is from that point. And Chile, of course, getting all kinds of weather in the southern portions. And that same weather is bleeding over. We got snow in places there in Argentina. So that is what we're seeing there. and going over, and we will see what New Zealand is looking like. And yep, that storm front basically going top to bottom here, and that will push over New Zealand some more, and will still continue to have its downward draft. We do see the other side is getting nailed from the other system, this low up here, generating some moisture there. That high that was over here is still trying, but it's getting too far away. This low is going to push into it. That's actually here, and we'll see. Is there another high up here? And that is going to fix it. Yep, that might slide in here, one of these two, and help out with that area to calm things down and dry it up. We are seeing still out here northern portions of Papua New Guinea, lots of rain, and then of course Tasmania down here, rain. The coastal areas near Melbourne, rain and yeah, we're seeing it right, snow in Australia up to 3 centimeters, 3.7 centimeters. That's 2 inches of snow there for the higher elevations in Australia. So, yep, they better get their 6 white boomers out to do their thing. Hey, it's Oz who lives over there in Brisbane, and she doesn't have any rain. But Oz, you see that? You could go and experience some snow. Go to Canberra and get the outfitters to outfit you with some cold weather gear, and you can experience some snow, almost up to almost 2 inches, or 4 centimeters just about. Welcome there. Glad to have you on board, Oz. Central portions here, apparently some rain going across, and down near Perth we got some more rain. And looking at what we mentioned here about Papua New Guinea, northern portions, the islands are getting it pretty bad. And then when we get into Indonesia and the Philippines, well, Indonesia looks like not as bad there in Java and those places, but certainly really bad up here on Sumatra, and going into Singapore and going up into Taiwan and those places. It is their rainy season for that area. So that's what we're seeing. Lots and lots of rain. Same thing with the Philippines, and of course Hong Kong, it's raining. China's got a bunch of rain, and we see rain in lots of places in Japan. Yellow Sea's got a storm sitting in it, and then of course East China Sea also seeing a storm. We do see some really bad weather in here as well in the Sea of Japan, and looks like southern portions here of Japan are getting it. Some rain in Tokyo, and it looks like the northern end is a little bit drier. Kamchatka Peninsula looking pretty darn good. Russia up top here has got a little bit of a storm, and yeah, so Bay of Bengal is definitely getting nailed, and it is rainy season there in India. Madagascar, not much happening there. South Africa, very little there on the bottom, and south central regions, not bad. The jungle areas showing a little bit more stormy stuff, but not so much in the Sahara Desert. Let's take a look here. We don't see too much there in eastern Turkey, western Turkey, all pretty good. Sicily, not so bad either. And looks like most of Italy is pretty good. Nothing in Sardinia. A couple of showers there in the middle portions of Spain, but the rest looks dry, including Portugal. Dry in most of France and Germany and Poland and Austria, and you name it. Most of Europe is dry right now. There we go. And looking at the northern portions Norway, not bad. We do see some stuff up here in the very top. So Finland, Sweden, and Norway will share a little bit of that moisture. When we get into England, though, we are seeing most of England is pretty good. A little bit of rain in Wales. We do see some on the western coast here, west of the Leeds, and then up in Scotland, there's a bit of rain from Aberdeen and to the west and north. And looking at Irish Monk is getting some rain on the west coast of Ireland. That is what he's got. And now let's look at what we got here. The beautiful tropical island of Iceland. We've got all kinds of rain happening all over the place. Snow in the interior. Yes, snow, ice rain in some spots. Heavy downfalls out here. I don't know what's going on with that. And we pull back a little bit, and we see here in the Greenland Sea all kinds of ice rain and piles of snow happening in Greenland. So I guess that is a separate system from what we've got over here over Baffin Island. That's it for our precipitation. Let's take a look at our coldest temperature. We found our hottest temperature in Mexico at 48 degrees Celsius above freezing. So let's see what we've got here in our wonderful ice box. I mean, Antarctica. So far I've seen a minus 70 down here, and there's a 69. There's the minus 70. And let's see if we can find something a little colder. Minus 70 isn't that cold, is it? Oh, I found a minus 85. And that is a pretty nippy. That will be really nippy. And what? No, a high globe was 48 degrees, Sharon. 48 is what we had found there. Just so you had that. I'm seeing 85 is my hot spot so far. 80, or cold spot, I mean, a minus 85. I'm going to search for colder places. And minus 85 is way too cold. Minus 60s. That's almost tropical down on the bottom. Let's see. No, I'm not seeing anything colder there. Working my way back up. 75, 81. And let's see. There's 84. We have 85. Let's zoom in on 85. Let's see if we can find an 86 maybe. No, 84, 85. 85. Oh, I thought I seen an 86 in there. Right into that spot here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I did see it. There it is. Minus 86 degrees Celsius right there on the screen. Let's see if we can find a minus 87. Minus 86. And, well, I'm not seeing a minus 87. I think I'm going to have to give up. My fingers are freezing already. Okay, I'm calling it at a minus 86, you guys. That is it. I can't find any colder. And we're likely not going to find anything colder than a minus 86. And that is okay. Let's leave it as that. Minus 86 degrees Celsius is a t-shirt weather up north. No, it's not t-shirt weather. that is at least one jacket on. And, oh, it's a tie. We tied once again. There, way to go, Sue. And that is awesome. And thank you for participating and doing that. That is always really cool. Or, yeah, cool. Get it? It's cool, minus 86 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Oh, it's cool. Oh, boy. All right. So I'm just getting things back here for what I want. All right, SO2, I'm going to fix that. All right. I got that fixed, and another icy tie. And congrats, temp hunters. Alrighty. Anyway, that's it. Pardon me. Hang on. All right, and there we go. So thank you, everyone, for being here today. It's been an awesome day. A big thank you to all of you. Really do appreciate every last one of you. All the members of the Lava family, whether you are a member or not, still awesome to have you all on board. And a big thank you to all of you. Also want to say a big thank you to Dennis Ray for his $2 super chat today. That was the only one we had there, so thanks, Ray. Or Dennis, I mean. Well, boy, I'll get it going. And let's see, what else we want to say. Thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and CND Boy. And who else we got? We got Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators. I appreciate what you guys do. Also, big thank you to Sue Hayes for providing those reports. That is always awesome and helpful. And thanks, Sharon, for keeping a score there. And I think we're pretty much it for everyone. Thank you for being here today. And of course, remember, tomorrow is Monday, so we are at back to regular weekday hours. And of course, that is 5 p.m. pending my work and travel home. It's always hard to say. Sometimes I get home a little later, and it makes things a little rougher. But I do get off at 4:30 officially, and if I'm way out in the north end or the west end, it takes a little bit of time to get here, especially if the construction is in the way, that kind of stuff. Not always easy, smooth sailing. But anyway, let's leave it as that. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and do appreciate each and every one of you. And Dan throws in, awesome, Dan throws in a $2 super chat as well. Thank you very kindly, Dan. Oh, sorry, a £2 super chat. Dan, thank you very kindly. Appreciate that. And certainly helps with the support there. Awesome. And we'll do our thing. And you are most certainly welcome, Dan. And I'm glad that you find the shows good. That is important. So anyway, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone. And thank you all again. And of course, have yourselves a wonderful evening. The last thing I always add, please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you've been watching VolcanoX live stream. I will see everyone tomorrow. A good night and oink oink.
quack.